talking Tony on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're a man of saving good. Touch your sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it better. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, I got the start on my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're a man of saving good. Touch your sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Today is the day we have partnered up with the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America Discord server, and we are hosting the Faction Cup Semi and Grand Finals, and the teams already are on the way. That's right, the best teams in North America, 8 factions competing for the best faction in the Land of the Dawn 4NA. And currently, as we are on the semifinals and then to the grand finals for today, we have an amazing schedule ahead of us. Currently for Series 1, we are looking at Moniyan Empire go up against Special Faction in a best of 3. Series 2 will be Barren Lands versus Agelta Drylands in a best of 3, and then the winner of Match 1 or Series 1 and Series 2 will go up in the finals today to take the title of the best faction in North America. And like we said, both teams are currently on the way, looking at Moniyan Empire and Cadia Riverlands for Match 1. I'm joined on the desk by the on-point analyst, Master Rim, and I will be your play-by-play. How you doing today, Rim?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to jump into this match here. But speaking of jumping into the match, the drafts are finalized, and we're seeing some strong picks on the board. Coming from the blue side, we are seeing that Fanny, right? That early game snowball hero, and we know what she's capable of when she gets fed. But speaking of, they do have a counter for her on the blue side over there, which is that Saber, right? So definitely smart drafting coming in from both teams so far in terms of like countering the enemy junglers. I'm excited to see how this match is gonna go. But Rizzy, looking at these drafts here on the loading screen, right? Whose draft are you in favor of here?
Well, I gotta say, I like the Fanny pickup by Moniyan Empire, but at the same time, the Saber is a direct counter, not something you typically see, but I am a fan of it. So I think both teams kind of doing their homework. I think it's a really good response by the side of Special Factions in terms of the jungle, but I think it's going to be a master of mechanics, and the question is who can pull it off the best. Are we going to see Moniyan Empire take down Special Faction as these teams are competing in for a spot for the finals inside of today's matches for the Faction Cup over on the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North American Discord server. So if anybody is watching, you guys want to tune in and possibly partake inside of these events, make sure you guys register on the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America Discord server now. And also, if you want to take part in future events for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, we host these kind of events all the time. So we'd love to have you guys join both amazing communities. But I gotta say, Rim, a lot is on the line. The Saber versus the Fanny. When's the last time you've seen a Saber in the jungle?
It's been a while, but speaking of here, we do see Fanny already popping off.
That's right, wasting no time. Is going to go in and try and get that Letho Wanderer. But actually, Letho just now spawning in a little bit of a pre-battle over there prior to it. Sanguine Claws over there by the Sicilian. And I don't know. I just feel like it's gonna come down to Fanny getting online early. Usually, she kind of paves the way in the early game, getting those steel cables, getting some early kills. But if she cannot get online early, I feel like it might be a little bit of an easier time for Special Faction.
Absolutely right. And the thing is, looking at these drafts here, right? Special Faction, they definitely do have late game up. Speaking of, though, we are seeing a clash on the top side.
You see a lot of engagement over there on the top side, trying to go for that early kill prior to this turtle being in. So there you go, Shadow Stampede pulling in, Shadow Stampede pulling in the Ruby. And that's something they have too, is the Ruby, which gives them an additional CC. And then look at Potato, right? He's running the Sicilian, that late game menace of a mage. And you have to be careful with that as well. But on the bottom side, look at this. You are seeing Badang getting a little bit of pressure over there from this Lapu Lapu and the Saber.
And that's what you want to do, right? You want to be able to pressure the enemy, XP laner, especially when this turtle is coming up. But before we get into that, right, looking at these drafts here, I'm not sure how I feel about the Ruby, right? Because even though she does have that CC at her disposal, the enemy team does have that Faramis as well. But speaking of, we are seeing an engage here in this Fanny.
You are seeing a contest over on the blue buff special faction trying to take it down, which will give Fanny a hard time. But Potato picking up a kill onto Cheese. A lot of food on the menu today, but you are seeing Potato prevail. You do see the Bat's Feast activated, trying to burst down C-Suite. Turtle going into the hands of special faction during this engagement. A little bit of that distraction at its finest. And look at C-Suite. Force uses the Alter Ruby on the chase. Gonna go ahead and continuously provide some CC and slow, but does not commit to the kill. He's gonna go ahead and disengage and go in for a Saber. And now I'm kind of scratching my head. It was 1 HP. Definitely something he could have picked up. But instead of picking up a kill, they allowed Special Faction to take this turtle. But there is one kill on the board for Moniyan Empire to lead the way on the scoreboard. But look at Fanny rushing in over there onto the 1-1. Got to be careful on that over-aggressiveness, as Fanny's definitely looking to take down these marksmen.
And that's what she wants to do, right? She has to put some pressure against 1-1 here because, like I said, looking at these items, she already locked in that corrosion sight, which is huge for the side of special faction, right? She's already being able to have an ease in terms of getting to that mid to late game, right? But we are seeing a little, snipe on Cheese here, but it's not going to do much damage because, as we see, she does have that physical defense component, right? But I want to jump into the laning phase here a little bit, right? Looking at these drafts here, like I was saying, I'm not sure how I feel about the Ruby, mostly because, speaking of,
you already seen a possible crossbow Tang on the way, able to escape with 1 HP. But wait a minute, C-Suite trying to rush in with this Faramis for the dive, not able to commit. But you are seeing Potato in a bad situation. You are seeing a kill into the hands of Saber. It's gonna go ahead and shut him down. Down goes Potato, and also picking up a kill on Major Rita. 2 members off the board from Known Empire for 1 member. Cheese falling on special faction. Fanny rushing in, grabbed by the Shadow Stampede and bursted down. Wow, you're just seeing a really good response from special faction right now on these kills, and Fanny's having a hard time coming online for the early phase.
It's like I said, right? It goes back to the roamer. Even though she offers so much sustain, when she picks up her that has claws or that bloodless axe, right? She's still going into this Faramis as well as the Lapu Lapu, right? Plus, she's able to give 1-1 that passive so she can get her ultimate off easier. And I don't know how I feel about it, but speaking of,
she's showing the world exactly how he feels. Can go ahead and take down Ruby. And it looks like they have the pressure for the turtle. Looks like special faction may be able to lead the way, but pay attention to Fanny trying to get close for a possible backdoor retribution. Able to pick it up, but at what cost? As you are seeing Machu burst him down.
Absolutely. And speaking of bursted down,
they're wasting no time for these kills. C-Suite taken down over there by Badang to be able to pick that up, but now a little over aggressive, might have been costly for him. He's gonna go ahead and get a little bit of knockback to Cheese and Machu, but hit by Saber with the suppression and burst it down.
Man, the special faction is on fire today. They're definitely showing the Moniyan Empire why they are indeed special. But speaking of special, right, we are seeing a lot of pressure in this top side here, right? But speaking of pressure,
you are seeing a possible invade or trying to take this turret 2v1 situation. Ruby needing to be a little careful. You are seeing Major Rita kind of joining the fight, not recalling, but very low in HP. Cheese going in for the dive. Ruby with a little bit of CC, and now this Carmilla in an awkward situation is gonna have to wrap around. And Ruby trying to contest, not allowing 1-1 to strip down the tier 1 turret for the top side. Able to properly defend it, but look at Cheese proxying the minions. C-Suite in the fight now. 3v1 situation. Competition to rock in 3 hard places, forced to use the flicker to get out, but that is gonna allow them to pick up the tier 1 turret. Co-alter being activated. Shadow Stampede for the kill. C-Suite able to take down Ruby, but look at Major Rita ultimate sniper going in, trying to do the long range distant damage, but she's able to get out of there and barely a chip off of that health from that ultimate.
Now, I would like to say the Saturday Special faction swapped these lanes, right? The 1-1 already secured her tower, but more things were also secured, right? We did see Camilla picking up that dominance ice, which is definitely going to help against that Ruby and that sustain that we know she's fully capable of doing, right? But speaking of things being capable, we did see Saber there in a bad position.
Yeah, definitely in a bad position. You are seeing the orbiting swords around him to do some AoE damage. He does have that triple sweep, that suppression we kind of talked about, to be able to get that Fanny if you're not careful. And speaking of Fanny, 0-2-1 right now. Not having the easiest time in the early game, and that's kind of what Fanny's useful for. The split push and the early game potential. But early game right now is definitely in the hands of Special Faction, which may put them at a slight delay, but we gotta count in the Sicilian. If Potato can get online, the later this game goes, Minoan Empire could still have a chance to turn this around.
Absolutely. So they definitely have to bank on that. But speaking of banking on things,
We are seeing the bravest fighter with the Raging Slash almost hit by the fist crack over there by Badang, and now Lapu's gonna go ahead and disengage, but look at the blue buff again, trying to delay it from Fanny. You do see the triple sweep for the suppression. Retribution used, co-alter activated by the Faramis, and Cheese picking up a kill, taking down Ruby. 1-1 taking out Fanny. 1-1 also taking out Potato on the Sicilian. 3 members down for the side of Minoan Empire on that dive through the mid lane from Special Faction.
we're also able to secure that tower as well, right? They're gonna keep up the pressure, which is good, right? You wanna take advantage of the lead that you have. I want to see them be able to proxy this bot lane and be able to secure that tower and possibly pick off this Badang as well, right? But we just have to see how the side of Special Faction decides to go from here. But speaking of going from here,
You do see the triple sweep activated by Saber for the tower dive. Full team committing. C-Suite able to pick up that kill on Faramis, and down goes the tier 1 for the XP lane. The heavy presence from Special Faction on the bottom side is going to open up the map for the top side. Fanny's going to go ahead and pick up the tier 1 in the gold lane. Now, I'm not sure if that was really worth it, right? You gave a free tower. Yes, you took the tier 2, but did it require all 5 members to be down there? If you continue making these overly aggressive plays, like we said, we might see Minoan Empire find a little bit of a crack through their early game offense right now, as they're putting on a lot of pressure. Special Faction leading the way 11-3, only 8 minutes in.
now that Sicilian was able to secure some of his core items, right? That Bat's Fist is definitely starting to deal a lot more damage now. He does have the Clock of Destiny as well as the Lightning Truncheon at his disposal, right? And he's also able to gain some more stacks here from these minions. And the early advantage from the Special Faction, right, definitely helps him stack that damage. But speaking of damage stacking,
C-Suite getting a kill, taking out Badang, using the co-alter for a little bit of a saving grace, and defense pulled by the I'm Offended, the double set by Ruby. You are seeing Potato pick up a kill, taking out 1-1, the backline marksman for the side of Special Faction, and able to take the tier 1 turret. Special Faction clearing that down, actually on the top side, the tier 2. Fanny rushing in, trying to get the blue buff, trying to get a retribution, able to pick it off just in time. Ultimate Sniper activated by Leslie for a little bit of vision and damage on to Cheese, and both teams kind of disengaging now from this fight.
I would like to see Special Faction sink these waves. But speaking of waves,
You are seeing a push for the tier 2 turret in the mid lane by Cheese and also Lapu and C-Suite, but it looks like Minoan Empire has other plans. They're going to go ahead and kind of stack in the mid and not allow them to take it. But right now, Lord is on the table, and you definitely see more pressure and zonage for the side of Special Factions to be able to take this objective. And the question is, how will Minoan Empire respond? Are they going to try and push in for this and contest over this Lord? And it looks like they may be possibly trying to find a way in. You do see Sanguine Claws not able to hit the mark, but Bat's Feet going to go ahead and take down the Carmilla. You are seeing a kill onto Fanny. That was Saber picking that up. Fist crack activated. Ruby taken down for Ramus. And that is 3 members off the board. Now only 2 for 1 member down on the side of Minoan Empire. And you are looking at a clear to the mid lane. And looks like they're still being able to pick up this momentum. And they're not just out of the fight yet. The later this goes, the more online Potato will be. You have to watch out for that late game Sicilian, especially with those stacks as we creep to that 13 to 16 minute mark in today's match.
we already see Carmilla is having a hard time dealing with her partner here. And we're seeing a lot of domestic violence happening here in the land of the Dawn. But speaking of violence,
You are seeing the violent triple sweep to take out Sicilian, who we were just talking about being online. The orbiting Blades pulled in by the I'm Offended. The double set by Ruby, but Machu taking him down. Doesn't even matter for in your turret. They are still going to pick up that kill. And now on the chase, 1-1 trying to take out Major Rita over there on this Leslie, unable to deal the last amount of damage for her HP. And she is going to go ahead and get back into the base for some regen. But already contesting the blue buff again, which is going to delay this Fanny even more to be able to be that early game, mid game menace, as she requires the energy to kind of use those steel cables.
Absolutely no. The side of special faction here, they're most likely waiting for that 12-minute mark for that lore to be enhanced, right? But speaking of things being enhanced, here we are seeing a potential clash happening, but I don't know. I think the side of special faction needs to play safe here. They are waiting for the enhanced lore. Your members can't be picked off, right? And we do see 1-1 being able to secure that Wind of Nature there to, you know, mitigate some of that physical damage. But speaking of damage, we are seeing the Bats Fizz come out, dealing some damage there to the EXP laner. But speaking of damage,
Are seeing both teams kind of do a battle over this Luminous Lore, but Dang getting a kill onto Lapu Lapu on the bottom side, which will be one member down for the side of Special Faction. So that means Minoan Empire does have the numbers for Alter activated, as you are seeing both teams kind of battle this out. 1-1 getting a kill on it to Ruby. That is 1-for-1. A double kill, taking out Major Rita, taking out the marksman for the side of Minoan Empire. Lord still with about half HP, and you are seeing Special Faction have a little bit more members. They are going to try and possibly take this down. Look at the Lord, look at the health. Potato taken out. Machu down goes their jungler. Asian dude is going to go ahead and take the turret. Fanny going to take the Lord, but a double kill into the hands of Sicilian. Seems to be taking out Fanny. Fight not over though, as it is a triple kill into the hands of Potato to seal the deal. And this is what we're talking about, this late game. Sicilian is going to be a monster. Not only a triple kill, but also a Lord for the side of Minoan Empire.
and that's exactly what they needed, right? Definitely have to capitalize off of this damage. And Sicilian himself, right? Speaking of damage, he was able to secure those items. And that's the reason why he's being able to dish out so much damage. Looking at this side of Special Faction, we aren't seeing any Athena shield yet being picked up to try and mitigate some of that damage coming in. So that Carmilla, as the main front line of Special Faction, she definitely needs to invest in some of these magical defense items, right? Even the 1-1, at this point, she has the damage items. The only problem that she has is that Sicilian's damage. So she as well needs to lock in some magical defense. But speaking of defense,
both teams clashing it out. You are seeing Lapu Lapu with the bravest fighters. Going to go ahead and find a way into Leslie. Badang taking out Saber. 1-for-1 trade. Fight not over. I'm offended by Ruby for some CC. Fanny rushing in. But the crossbow Tang's going to find Ruby just in time before Fanny could hit 1-1 with the cutthroat. And that is 2 members off of the board from a known Empire to only 1 on the side of Special Faction. But fight not over. Look at the mid lane. Look at 1-1 on fire. Possible Shadow Stampede on the way. Hespheramus is on the chase. Not able to catch Badang. But Fanny rushing in to do some chip damage. Barely missing the Sanguine Claws. And man, just a good game right now from the side of Special Factions to hang in there, but they're kind of neck and neck. I still say Minoan Empire has the turrets. They have the late game Sicilian, and you're already seeing the damage with the Bat's impact and the Cold Altar activated on the cheese. Is still getting away with the Vengeance, possibly not, as Major Rita's going to burst him down using the Ultimate Sniper, now hitting C-Sui, forced on the retreat.
It goes back to what I was saying. Like, we see this happen a lot to teams when they're so used to being at the advantage in the early game. They kind of lose focus on that objective gameplay, and they're focusing on the kills. And we saw that earlier with Sisui trying to chase down a Sicilian, which in turn just got cheesed. Killed there, right? Oh, I didn't notice that. It's cheese up against potato right now. So there's definitely some more connections happening there. But speaking of connections,
you're right. It is that Carmilla versus the Sicilian, usually on the same team. But there goes the Wind of Nature, activating the crossbow Tang. 1-1 getting a kill onto Fanny. Now going for a double killing spree. You are going to see Badang take out Faramis in the trade, getting a double, taking out Saber. Bravest fighter with Raging Slash. Major Rita to finish it off. Takes down 1-1. She's going to get a kill onto Badang in the process with this Carmilla, and that is 3 members off the board for the side of Special Faction to 2 members from Minoan Empire, but still an engagement in the mid lane. Bat's impact connecting Sanguine Claws, not the same story, and that's going to allow Lapu Lapu to disengage. But right now, Minoan Empire definitely holding the advantage in this clash for the mid lane.
absolutely. I would like to see Lapo, they're focused on the back line from Moniyan Empire, right? We're seeing the Carmilla trying to get that link to them, but he has to be present for these team fights. He has to be the one to bait out that ultimate from that Sicilian, right? He's one of those fighters that's able to sustain the damage and bait out skills and waste utility. But speaking of skills and utility,
You are seeing the bravest fighter with the Raging Slash. Cole Alter being activated by Ferrum lowered down to a quarter HP with the triple knockup. Fanny able to pick up the Retribution, takes the Lord for the side of Minoan Empire, but look at Saber. Orbiting Sword's gonna go around, do some AoE damage. They are able to disengage without losing a member from Minoan Empire and is taking the Lord, which is a huge advantage, especially this late in the game. And pay attention to Fanny, already trying to get a little bit of a split push. Now a recall decides to cancel it. It's gonna be forced to use those cables, just enough energy to create that separation to escape. But look at Saber, or oh my goodness, able to connect on a Fanny just before you can connect with the recall. And Saber's gonna pick up the triple sweep to take down Fanny. There's no recalling right now for the side of Minoan Empire as Special Faction is shutting that down. But speaking of shutdowns, look at Lord in the mid lane trying to make his way up to the Nexus. You are seeing Leslie get a kill, taking out Cheese on the Carmilla. Bat's Impact connecting, trying to deal some AoE damage to the side of Special Faction as they're trying to burst this Lord down. But hit with the I'm Offended, you are going to see Wanwan taken down by Leslie, and they are continuing this push. Lord down to barely any HP. Is going to crash into the inhibitor, taking some serious damage, and that is going to allow it to fall, to crack open the base for the side of Special Faction, and it looks like Minoan Empire is going in for the win. But Co-Alta activated, hit with Ruby CC. CC in a bad situation now. Possibly going to get bursted down by Sicilian, but getting all the HP hit again with some CC from this Ruby. And this is putting a lot of pressure in. Majorita's going to pick up the kill, take down Faramis, and that is going to be 2 members still down, 3 members down for the side of Special Faction and the full team of Minoan Empire on this aggressive push.
that's the thing that we're not seeing any answers yet. Yes, they're getting these pickups, but they're not prioritizing target focus. But speaking of target focus,
Triple sweep, gonna find a back line, take out the Sicilian, that late game mage menace, but then quickly bursted down by the other back line as Leslie locks her targets onto him and takes him out. But look at Asian dude over there on the bidet, gonna go ahead and rush out of that fight just in time, because that would have been a tricky situation of 4v1. And now I believe, just looking at this game, and it is gonna go down to the micro, to the macro. You got to be careful on overextending. Speaking of overextending, Fanny missing a couple of cables on the wall, almost a costly situation, able to get out just in time, but that is going to force Fanny on the recall. Ultimate Sniper going in for some vision on the team. Carmilla trying to rush in, possibly a Curse of Blood. Not going to proc it, only using the conceal, and that's a little bit of a wasted utility, as that'll be a conceal play down for about the next minute or so. And usually that kind of helps to get these solo pickoffs when somebody does overextend. But again, both teams maintaining this pressure in the mid lane, trying to wait for the other to make a mistake. But Fanny, with the split push, is going to take the tier 2 turret for the top side.
no, I definitely feel like the side of Special Faction should have engaged while Potato was down, right? Looking at his items, he does have that damage as well as that physical and magic defense at his disposal. Once they picked him off, he's the primary source of damage right now in the game. But speaking of damage in the game,
Alter activated, Cheese in a bad situation. You are seeing Ruby with the heavy triple CC. Wanwan trying to get the crossbow tank, but the chase on a Potato, get the Sicilian, unable to hit him and unable to get the CC. Ultimate Sniper activated by Leslie. Luminous Lord has spawned in, and it looks like the focus for Special Faction has been shifted to kind of zone it out, not allowing Minoan Empire to find a way in. But you are seeing them wrap around. It's going to be a battle over the Retribution. Wanwan taken down by Potato with the Bat's Impact. Usually was half health, and that just shows you how much damage the Sicilian is doing the later this game goes. Immortality being proc, 2 Immortality being proc. Majorita getting a kill onto Lapu Lapu, godlike, and Potato taking down Cheese. 2 members off of the board for Special Faction is going to open up this Lord push for the side of Minoan Empire. Fanny rushing in to get the Retribution, as you are seeing Leslie and Ruby put this pressure in and not allow them to leave the base. In a good play from Minoan Empire to turn this around, and now you are seeing Special Faction kind of on the back foot. Need to be very careful, so they're going to be working against the full team of Minoan Empire and Illuminous Lord.
exactly right. Plus, not just them, but speaking of,
You are seeing a triple sweep in the turret onto Fanny, but they are still going in for this engagement. Bats Impact and the Bats Feast from Sicilian, proccing the Immortality over there on the Saber, forcing him to rush back into the base. But look at C-Sweep, hit with the Sanguine Claws, taken down by Sicilian. 1-1 getting a kill on a potato in the process. Major Rita taking out 1-1 as a response, and that is going to be the marksman down for the side of Special Faction. And they're down 3 members as Lapu Lapu joining the fight. He's going to join Cheese and Saber to kind of hold out this Luminous Lord and 4 members of Minoan Empire, but they are still going in, trying to close it out. You are seeing Immortality be procced, but wait a minute, Orbiting Swords from this Saber, able to pick up a kill, taking down the Fanny. But look at the Nexus, ladies and gentlemen. Minoan Empire takes game 1.
Victory!
man, beautiful comeback there from the side of Moniyan Empire, right? In the early game, we did see that Special Faction was able to have the advantage, right? They had the 1-1 was pretty much online. The Saber was countering the Fanny pick. But speaking of counters, right? Looking at this, the late game coming in from the blue side there, right? They had the Sicilian, they had the Leslie, and both of them was able to get online to deal these damage. Speaking of the damage, Sicilian doing 39% of the team's damage there and having 92% team fight participation as well, right? But speaking of participation, Leslie following closely behind with that 60% and 24% overall team damage. And that's what happens when you allow these late game heroes to scale and reach their power spike without capitalizing off of that early game answer that you had before. So beautiful game coming in from that blue side there.
Definitely a beautiful game indeed. Minoan Empire on fire. You seen the Saber counter for the Fanny. I was wondering how it would work out, and just in some insane gameplay indeed. But you were able to see that Fanny, even though they had a hard time in the early phase, prevail with the power of the synergy and teamwork of the Minoan Empire. But ladies and gentlemen, this is just match 1. There is still another match on the way for the other team to possibly get a comeback. So we're wondering how they're going to respond. Can Special Faction find a way to take us to a game 3, or are we going to see Minoan Empire close it out with the sweep to get one step closer to the grand finals? That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we are the MLSA and we are hosting the Faction Cup. And currently a look at the schedule. Right now we are on Series 1, Minoan Empire versus Special Faction. Best of 3, Minoan Empire leading the way, taking game 1. Series 2 is going to be Barren Lands up against Agelta Drylands in another best of 3. And then we will be moving on to the finals, as it will be the winner of match 1 versus the winner of match 2. That's right, the winners of these series are going to compete to close out today with the final series. So definitely don't go anywhere. Grab some popcorn, get some drinks. We'll be right back with you guys for game 2.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. people probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it down. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
So turn it up, turn it up, turn it up, oh yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and we are officially partnered up with the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America Discord server to host the Faction Cup. That's right. North America's top 7 factions are currently competing for the #1 faction in North America for the Land of the Dawn. And right now, we are currently on the semifinals, heading our way toward the grand finals as we are watching the series of the day, Moniyan Empire versus Special Factions, compete in a best of 3, and we've seen an insane match for game 1, a Fanny versus a Saber, and the Fanny actually able to prevail with the battle of synergy and just a really overall good teamwork to kind of close out match 1. But that's just it. That is only match 1, as it is a series in a best of 3. A little bit of a look at the schedule right now. We are seeing Moniyan Empire versus Special Faction, and then for series 2, Barren Lands going up against Agelta Drylands, and then for the finals, we are going to be watching the winner of match 1 go up against the winner of match 2 for both of these series. So I'm excited to see who prevails, as currently for series 1, Special Faction up against Moniyan Empire. Moniyan Empire having 1 win at their disposal, a little bit of that momentum boost, which may allow them to get the sweep. But the question is, will Special Faction respond and take us to a Game 3? Joined on the desk with me, I have the amazing analyst going by the name of Eunice in the building, who will be breaking down these items and also these keys to victory. I'll be handling the play-by-play, so definitely enjoy. Put your seatbelts on, as it may be a bumpy ride into the land of the Dawn, as both teams are embarking for the draft. How you doing today, Eunice?
Doing okay, and yourself?
I'm doing great, but I think these teams are doing better, as you are seeing a lot on the board right now. That Sicilian into the hands of Potato again, but this time comboed up with the Carmilla instead of going against her. And then you are seeing another mage locking in that Lilia. That is 3 magic users on the side of Minoan Empire to kind of close this out. But then you are seeing the Barats picked up in the jungle position. How do you kind of feel about Special Faction for the blue side?
Before we get there, I did see the last games. I've kind of been sitting back, and I've been watching both these sides play at their ultimate level and with their full potential, so definitely want to see what they have in stock for both sides now. I do see these comps right now. I missed a little bit of the ban phase, but definitely about to see the full 5. So it is a Glue, Clint, Kufra, Cyclops, Kagger. I have not seen a Cyclops be slotted in the Land of the Dawn in such a long time. But I do see a Ruby, Carmilla, Lilia, Barats, and Sicilian. So looks like the Lily is definitely going to be drafted in the gold lane now. So looking at these teams, I do see a very strong late game coming in from the side of Moniyan, but I don't know too much about their late game for Special Faction, right? So we do have the Sicilian stacking, we do have that burst coming from Lilia, but for the side of Special, I can pretty much only say that the Glue and the Kagger really start to stack up in the late game, but I can't say too much yet. I do see lots of potential actually for the side of Special Faction, like Potato and the Sicilian though early on them in Moniyan Empire side. Was able to come back as soon as he started getting all those stacks. Sicilian really did start to dominate the side of Special Faction and just prevent them from being able to scale towards that lake, and was able to end the game with a victory in their hands. So definitely gonna have to see what's going on in stock for them. But I do see a little bit of a clash going in the side of Special Faction's jungle, Weezy.
You're already seeing a little bit of an invade trying to take this red buff. Kufra, C-Suite winding up for a little bit of CC. He's going to go ahead and use the magic ball for some slow. Sicilian rushing in with Sanguine Claw. Is going to kind of contest Clint from being able to join the fight, and C-Suite, but pay attention. You are seeing Asian pick up a kill onto Kagura, and that is a kill into the hands of the jungler on this Barats for the side of the Minoan Empire. A great early start. Not only a kill, but able to take the red buff in that process.
Yeah, with these tanky jungles, you actually have the advantage to be able to invade these enemy jungles because you're so tanky. You do have the upper advantage as soon as you're with your team. You're allowed to fight and take all of this economy that is not only on your side, but on the enemy side. So Moniyan is definitely taking the advantage here and making sure they can take everything as they possibly can. I do see a little bit something going on here.
You do see a response, a little bit of an invade over there on their side of the jungle now by their red buff. And the question is that the right answer? Sanguine Claw is going to go ahead and group up 2 members of Special Factions, trying to allow Asian Dude to escape. But it looks like Kagura with the Yin Yang overturn is going to have other plans. And down goes Barats, who had the great early start. But now, to even it out on the board, they're going to go ahead and take him down. Not only that, this is going to open up the chance for Special Faction to take this turtle. C-Suite winding up, unable to connect on to Carmilla with that set. And that is going to allow her to potentially go in and possibly do a little bit of CC. But it's not going to stop them. As Cheese is running this Cyclops jungle, something you don't traditionally see, and he's going to pick up that turtle with the retribution for the side of Special Faction.
Turtle did get picked up by the side of Special Faction, so a little bit of a gold advantage for the side of Special now. I don't think the response invade was right from Moniyan Empire, but speaking of response invade,
you are seeing C-Suite trying to get out of that bad situation. Bass Feast was also activated by Sicilian, a little bit of utility on the board utilized by Minoan Empire, which may give an advantage to Special Faction to take this clash. Deton is welcome, trying to get some CC. Glue with the split, might be able to grab up Asian Duty, is going to go ahead and connect on him and pull him back, and that is going to be a kill into the hands of Machu. But Rats is down 2 times so far, 3 minutes in as the jungler, and it's just a very hard time for him getting online in the early phase.
I think Underestimation coming in from the side of Monyan's jungle now. We do know that Barats is tanky, right? We do know that he starts to scale once he gets those stacks, but a little bit too much of pressure in the early game. Speaking about pressure,
The RC Potato pick up Carmilla in that tricky situation with the Moonlit Waltz. That's the advantage of running that Carmilla and that Sicilian dynamic duo, to be able to get her away when things get a little tricky, but also being able to throw her back into the fight when needed. But look at the bottom lane. We're looking at this Lilia going up against this Clint.
yeah, but with that being said, Lilia against the Clint, now they both do rely on their mana, and it's their skills that they require the still cast. So looking at these lanes, I don't see too much going on though, but I do see that Lilia did pick up that book and started locking in her first core item. Compared to Clint, he's still building in that, I believe that's an endless battle getting built in, but speaking of built in.
You are seeing a heavy clash on the top side of the jungle, but the question is who will win it out, as the Deton is welcome, able to get some CC. You are seeing Carmilla get a pickup on C-Sweet, gonna take down Kufra, using the Curse of Blood to do some additional stun. Split activated onto Asian Dude, and Kagura able to pick up the kill in that process. But look at Glue trying to run away. He's barely able to get out of there. Gonna use the split again. Ruby gonna go ahead and do some additional CC, trying to take him down. Sanguine Claws from the Sicilian from the back door. It's gonna do some serious damage. Potato picking up a kill onto Kagura, but not done as the Bat's impact is raining down. Cheese picking up a kill, takes down Ruby over there with the Sicilian jungle. And now Potato in a tricky situation, trying to rush away using the Bat's Feast, but Cheese having other plans. He's gonna go ahead and take him down as well to stack up for a double kill.
Side of Moniyan Empire does have to be careful now. They are overextending a little bit on their team comp. I do see that jungle is 1-3-1 right now, so very good early start, don't get us wrong. So he was able to invade that red buff and be able to actually deny Cyclops is level 4, but with everybody starting to scale here, right, and the rest of the team being able to scale, lots of clashes and misplays and miscommunications coming from the side of Moniyan here. So very interesting. I do need to just be careful if I was on the side of Moniyan. The jungler died 3 times, lost both turtles, so definitely has to come online with a little bit of economy here, being able to take what they can. But speaking of economy,
you are seeing some heavy utility be used on the board from both sides. Lilia picking up a kill, taking out Kagura. Potato taking out Clint. 2 members off the board for the side of Special Faction, both of their back lines, and that is a good trade for the side of Minoan Empire to try and take this lead. But look at Barats again having a hard time, grabbed by the split over there by Glue and taken down by Cheese on this Cyclops jungle. C-Sweet winding up, potentially gonna go in, decides to disengage. A wise decisions. You definitely don't want to turret dive that Sicilian and that Carmilla. When they're stacked together, they have that Moonlight Waltz to be able to get out of those tricky situations. But on the bottom side, we were speaking about it a little earlier, the Lilia versus the Clint. Lilia's gonna go ahead and pick up the tier 1 turret with no contest, and that is a great start for the early game on Minoan Empire.
yeah, with that being said, Lilia does have the advantage with the wave because she is able to shove pretty much any wave and being able to out clear a lot of these mages with those skill sets and her little bombs, being able to get the AoE clear. So Clint might be having a little bit of a hard time, but I'm pretty sure Special Faction will start turning their focus over to the bots. I'm speaking about focus.
Kufra with the knockup and the Tyrant's range, not able to get a kill though. They're able to escape with barely any HP, and that is what we were talking about, the Moonlit Waltz over there from Potato to throw Carmilla out of there just in time. Call it a save if you want it, but that was definitely some next level mechanics. I'm paying attention, and that's what you have to do, right? That's maybe one of the game plans that they had going into this, is letting the Carmilla be a little aggressive more than usual and having Potato on the Sicilian to pull her out. But a clash in the mid lane, as you are seeing the side of Special Faction trying to take the tier 1 turret, but deciding not to, is Potato wrapping around with this Carmilla to stop the engagement. But look at the Lord. Cheese possibly picking this up again. That's going to be another neutral objective, another turtle for the side of Special Faction with no contest.
Yeah, looks like even with the early game lead, Moniyan's starting to fall off a little bit in that economy side. But speaking about economy,
you are seeing Carmilla pick up a kill on Kagura. Sicilian with the Bat's Feast, now using the Bat's impact from far. Petrify over there onto Cyclops, doing a little bit of damage, and looks like they are going to both decide to stop fighting in that mid-river. But on the top side, speaking of fights, you are looking at Ruby up against this Glue. Look how fast that man sprinted out of there. Cyclops joining the fight as well. Cheese in a bad situation though, taking out Carmilla, but Potato taking him down in response. Now 7-7 on the board. Both teams are tied in terms of kills, but in terms of turrets, Minoan Empire leading the way with that Lilia taking the tier 1 for the bottom side, but Special Faction leading in the way of neutral objectives from taking up the first two turtles.
Yeah, with that being said, we did see Potato on this. Speaking about seeing.
They're not going to give Eunice the time to speak today. They just want to fight it out every time they see each other. It doesn't matter what's in the jungle. They're fighting over it. Potato going to get a kill on to Cooper, taking him down. That is the roam for the side of Special Faction out of this trade. You are seeing Lilia take a kill in that process to get another one, and that is Kagura falling into her hands. But look at the mid lane now. No contest, and it looks like they are going to go for this tier 1. You are seeing Clint wrap around, trying to burst down the minions, but he's not going to be able to get to it in time as the Sanguine Claws and the Bat's impact is too much to handle. He's going to use that grenade bombardment to get out of there and get a little bit of that stun onto that Carmilla, but the tier 1 going to Minoan Empire.
Alright, looks like a little bit of good response coming in. So as soon as those little things were starting to get picked off, Moniyan didn't really have to respond now. But speaking of response,
the magic ball, the Tyrant's Raise, the double set. Denton is welcome, activated by Barats to go ahead and pick up a member of Special Faction. Get a stun on the wall. Carmilla with the Curse of Blood. She's picking up a kill, taking down the Barats on that overextensive play. You are seeing the Bat's impact and the Bat's Feast activated by Potato, trying to rush out of this fight, but Glue trying to get the split is going to get it on Carmilla, but decides not to grab her up. Going to go ahead and disengage from this fight, but you are seeing the heavy clash in the mid lane, and Kufa rushing in. Potato able to pick up a kill. Cheese responding, taking him down, and that is a double kill for the side of Cyclops, and down goes the tier 1 turret for Minoan Empire. Special Faction able to open up this map from this engagement.
yeah, Weezy, they're just not letting me talk. Oh my goodness, it's always back-to-back fights, being able to, but good plays coming out from both sides of Special Faction and Moniyan Empire. But now it's about to hit that late game spike now, right? Oh my goodness, speaking about late game.
Speaking about the game, another clash. They're not going to give me any time to breathe. I'm about to pass out over there on the play-by-plays. You are seeing Glue and Kagura try and take this tier 1 turret for the bottom side. But look, here we go. Slam activated. Gonna go ahead and take down Ruby. And that was Kagura picking up that kill in the 2v1 situation. But Potato joining the fight just in time. But on the bottom side, you are seeing Cooper fall to the hands of Lilia. And now a chase down the 2v1 situation. Barats is gonna take down Clint. And these clashes are going all across the map in the land of Dawn today. Definitely on fire from both sides of the table. 12-12, neck and neck, 10 minutes in, a high kill game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you usually don't want to see too much of a high kill game here because usually this game is all about objectives, right? Yes, there can be team fights and team clashes here and there, but you do want to prioritize these major objectives, so like turtles, neutral objectives, right? But speaking of neutral objectives, I do see a lot of core items now. This is a late game peak that we were talking about. Speaking about late game peak.
There they go. They heard Eunice talking and they have to stop it by engaging. Denton is welcome, activated by Barat. Splits by Glue in response. Bat's impact going down. Carmilla picking up a kill on Kagura. Lilia taking down Kufra. Fight not over though. Barat still in the fight. Macho gonna take down Potato. Sicilian is out of the battle. What will Carmilla do? You are seeing Lord push down the mid-river as well for a slight advantage, and that is going to be on the side of Minoan Empire trying to fight this out. 2 members off of the board for Special Faction to only 1 on the Minoan Empire. But look at Barat trying to get Machu. He has full HP though, and they don't really have an answer for this Glue as he's having an easier time getting around. And now they're going to go ahead and shift this focus to this Lord and burst it down, leaving Ruby completely by herself to be able to take down the tier 1 turret on the XP lane.
Yeah, looks like the side of, oh my goodness, the Cyclops was able to pick off that Lilia in that gold lane, so definitely a little bit disadvantage coming in the side of Moniyan. They did push up turrets. They are still leading they were leading in turrets, but looks like it is now the same. So 3-for-3 turret trade. It looks like all sides are equally down, 1 in each lane. It's still left up with tier 2 turrets, but before we get there, I want to talk about these items now. It is 12 minutes of the game. We both have late game spike heroes. So we do have this Cyclops, we do have that Kagura, we do have the Sicilian and the Lilia. So both sides do have a fair decent amount of late game, right? So I do see the clock. So 3 major items locked in by both mages. The clock, the lightning, and Ice Queen one did just get locked in by Sicilian, so a little bit of that slow and CC coming in from the side of Moniyan, but they do have to be careful though. Special Faction especially has to be careful because as soon as that Sicilian starts to proc his skills and be able to smack the entire back, it will be an issue. But speaking about an issue, is he?
Denton is welcome, connected on C-Suite, throwing him into the tier 2 turret. Potato picking up the kill, takes down Kufra. You are seeing split activated by Glue, gonna go ahead and pick up a possible kill as he has attached himself over to Carmilla. Not the one you want to grab, but look at Cyclops trying to do some damage. Potato gonna go ahead and burst him down, taking out the cheese. 2 members off the board for the side of Special Faction, and now Minoan Empire pushing their way down the mid lane. Is gonna go ahead and try and take this tier 2 turret, but are you looking at Kagura and Clint to go ahead and contest this? And the question is, who will prevail? A 2v3 situation, and they are going to go in. Sicilian over there with the Sanguine Claws to try and get a group CC. C-Suite joining the fight just in time with the Kufra, and it looks like the side of Special Factions is able to defend the tier 2.
Yeah, it looks like they're getting a little bit of responses here that Ruby did end up recalling back to response to the glue being able to split push. But with that being said, we might see another possible clash here. They're just not letting me talk.
I think we both just have to go play by play. You want to go play? Go ahead. Go. You got it, Eunice.
No.
Fight going in though. Curse of Blood over there by Carmilla. Deton's Welcome activated by Asian Dude on the Barats to go ahead and get a stun onto the wall for Glue. Bats Impact and Bats Feast by Sicilian doing some serious damage from afar. Glue trying to get into the backline, trying to chase down Potato, not able to get to him in time, and Split has been deactivated. Sanguine Claws from Sicilian as a response. Very good positioning in the backline, just keeping them at bay and raining down damage. But look at Asian Dude going up against Machu, the Glue versus the Barats. 2 beefy fighters in the jungle trying to compete it out, but a 5v1 situation, and Kagura's gonna pick up that kill, taking down the Barats. Definitely a little bit of an overextension, especially not with your team, and that's gonna be costly as we are getting later into this game. And now Kufra with the Tyrant's Rage for the double set on the wall. Cheese getting a kill, taking down the Lilia. Bats Impact with the Bats Feast from Sicilian from afar. Again, the Petrify activated from Carmilla onto Cheese, and gonna allow Potato to pick up that kill from that set. Some good micro indeed, and now shifting focus to the bottom side. Clint by himself with a hope, a dream, and a Lord bursted down by Ruby, as the Lord now making his way in is going to be contested by 3 members of the Minoan Empire.
Yeah, so it looks like with that response, though, with that Lord being pushing in, Glue is able to split push and get these turrets without the response there needed by the side of Moniyan. So they did take those 2 turrets. So Moniyan's actually down to their inhibitor turrets now. So the Lord was doing the job by split pushing, and Special Faction did take that advantage and be able to push up all of these turrets. So Moniyan is now left with just their inhibitor turrets. But speaking of inhibitor turrets,
do you see the clash over there on the Lord, who is still in this game somehow? And you are seeing the immobilization grabbed by the split. Bats Impact and Bats Feast from Sicilian. Lolita picking up a kill onto Kagura. Deton's Welcome from Barats. You are seeing Lilia pick up a kill onto that coup for 2 members off the board for the side of Special Faction. Huge advantage right now for the Minoan Empire, who's slowly just winning these engagements without losing any of their members. And if you are not careful, you're going to see a quick turnaround, and not only that, but a possible finish from the Minoan Empire, as they are prevailing right now in these engagements.
these engagements are just not letting me do my job, Wheezy. I'm just so quiet for half of these. But before another engagement happens, let's talk about these items. We are in the power spike area now. It is true late game now. It is all depending on these team fights, right? So we do see the Kagura being locked in. Clint is coming online with all those items now. It looks like he's locking in that Athena shield for that Sicilian, but would that be enough? We do know that Sicilian is able to still pierce through those Athena shields, being able to proc that Athena shield passive and start procking all of these damages on the entire backline, right? Special Faction does have advantage over turrets. They do have all tier 2 turrets up, but Moniyan, like I said earlier, still has inhibitor turrets down. But speaking of inhibitor turrets, it looks like a possible clash down here, Wheezy. They just won't let me talk.
Yeah, I think they started hearing you get into the items and they're like, oh no, we gotta stop that. And now they're jumping into this fight again, as you are seeing Carmilla give some vision. There's not even an objective on the board, right? They're literally just fighting to fight now. Come on, guys. Give Eunice some room to kind of, talk about these conditions. But now here goes the fight. Denton is welcome to go ahead and grab up Glue and the split on top of that. Gonna go ahead and fill up his belly over there. But you are seeing the split activated now. Both teams fighting it out. Potato getting a kill, taking out Cheese. Sicilian taking down that Cyclops. Ruby with the group CC. Not too effective though. Potato in a bad situation. And down he goes into the hands of Machu on the Glue, taking down that late game menace Sicilian. And the question is, how will Carmilla respond? Her dynamic duo has been taken off of the board in some heavy engagement, but a lot of sustainability as all of their HP is barely moving. Look at all of these skills, and look how slow Their health is going down. This is the longest fight I think I've ever seen. So much sustainability, so much regen. It's never gonna end. But finally, Ruby getting a kill, takes down the Kufra. Deton's welcome activated. Split on top of this Barat's head. He is gonna get a kill though, taking out the Kagura in response. And that is 3 members who fell in that engagement to only 1 for the side of Minoan Empire, which was Potato on that Sicilian. And now Lord in play, and it looks like Minoan Empire is gonna go ahead and try and pull the aggro and possibly get some zonage.
Oh my goodness, like I just can't talk. I can't talk. These two groups are putting their fullest team fight to the advantage now. That fight lasted a good fat minute or two. Oh my goodness, speaking about fights, Wheezy.
They are not putting their foot off of the gas. Major Rita getting the kill onto Cheese. They heard Eunice talking again, possibly gonna bring up the items, maybe some keys of victor. And they're like, nope, not having it. We're gonna go ahead and fight this out. It's Eunice's turn, let's do it. Bats impact going in from afar over there by the Sicilian Asian dude, taking up the Lord for the side of Minoan Empire to give them a slight advantage to kind of close this game out. They do have all of their members. There's 1 member shy for a special faction right now, and a good objective taken into the hands of the Minoan Empire for the late game.
Yeah, so the Lord did get picked up by Moniyan now. We do have to be careful. Oh my god, speaking of being careful.
Clint, hearing Eunice talk, is gonna go ahead and rush in and dive over on the Potato and take the kill. And now again, we are seeing Cooper with the magic ball to go ahead and slow down this Carmilla. Ruby joining the fight is gonna go ahead and try and possibly get an engagement. And I think we might have a split second, but no, even if I pass it to Eunice now, C-Suite's winding up. It's not gonna allow the casters to transition. And we're gonna go back into this fight as the Lord on the top side is gonna take the tier 2 turret. You are seeing Barat rush in, trying to get a kill, trying to get some potential CC. A lot of turrets dropping for the side of Special Faction as Lord is making his way into the inhibitor for the top lane. Cheese bursted down by the Ruby. Cooper rushing in. Do we see a Tyrant's Rage? Machu getting a kill, taking out the Ruby, getting that mega kill. Lord possibly gonna crash into the Nexus. Split activated. He is on top of Lilia's head. He is gonna try and take her down. Can he do it? Yes, he does. Machu, unstoppable, takes down the Lilia, and down goes the inhibitor for the top side.
All right, let me talk, man. Can you breathe?
You talk and I breathe.
All right, we do. Okay, so they did defend that Lord well, but for the side of Special Faction, they did just lose all their inhibitor turrets. But let me talk about these damn items. It is the late game, so let me talk about them, all right? All right, relax. I do see Clint locking in those core items, though. Good power spec for them. Oh my goodness. Speaking about Clint and these items, Wheezy.
I told you, anytime, you gotta like use synonyms for items or they're just gonna clash it out. We gotta trick them in order for Eunice to be able to get in some of these items and keys of victory. But speaking of keys of victory, Deton is welcome, connecting inside of the Curse of Blood, double set from the Tyrant's Rage over there on Cooper, but not very effective for anybody to respond. A lot of utility off of the board. C-Suite in a bad situation, hit by the Bat's impact, and it looks like he is gonna get bursted down from the remaining burn of Sicilian. Looking at the Bat's feast, trying to do some damage. Glue with barely any of his clones to rush out with that split. Not going to be able to regen much because of that. And it looks like, again, Minoan Empire prevailing on these engagements.
Yeah, so the thing is, like, I'm looking at this. This is a high kill game, right? I think they really want to take advantage of the Sicilian being able to pretty much kill anybody in the backline. But speaking about backline, Wheezy.
Oh, did you say the word item? I feel like you said the word item and they heard you. It's Curse of Blood going down by Carmilla. Cheese taken down by Potato on the Sicilian. Lilia picking up a kill onto Kagura. Machu with the split. Not going to be able to find anyone. Minoan Empire trying to close it out. They realize 3 members are off the board for a Special Faction. Do we see a potential ending to this prolonged game? A battle of sustainability definitely in the making. But right now, both teams still currently kind of neck and neck. Yes, they have no inhibitors for Special Faction minus the bottom side, but they only have inhibitors over there for Minoan Empire. It has Luminous Lord spawned in, and they are going to go for this objective.
Oh my gosh, I can talk now. I'm not going to say no item. Oh my goodness.
You said it. You said item.
Oh
my goodness, Eunice. And now the engagement happens again. Kufa and the Lord for the double knockup. And the Tyrant's Rage not able to find a wall. And look at Barat hit over there by the possible glue on top of his head with the split. But now Machu taken down by the Ruby on the overextension 1v5 situation. They do not have the members. And that means the Luminous Lord goes to the side of the Minoan Empire for the 22-minute mark.
Don't even bring up the items anymore.
Oh
Don't
my
bring it
God,
up.
you
Don't
said
bring
it
up.
again. They're gonna.
No, don't bring it up. But we do have to talk about the win condition now for both sides, right? Moniyan did pick up that Lord, so the Lord's definitely gonna be stomping down that mid lane, and now Special Faction's getting a read on that, so making sure to back off, try to do something with these lanes and see if they can either push up these lanes or either freeze them. So it's either one or the other, right? They do have to defend this last standing inhibited turret. Not sure if the passive popped on that inhibited turret yet, but we're gonna definitely have to see. Looks like it did pop, so a little bit of damage, a little bit of a minion damage coming in from the side of Moniyan on the inhibitor turret Special Faction. Now they do have to be careful. They do have that Sicilian, and once the Sicilian starts to proc the entire backline, it is a wraps for the side of Moniyan. But before I even talk too much, let's go, Weezy.
There we go, the first clash without having to talk about the items, and they're going in for the potential finish. C-Suite taking out the Lilia, one member down for the Minoan Empire, but they're still sitting strong to close this out. Click getting the kill, taking out Potato, 2 members down. We are seeing Kagura die in response. That is Ruby picking up that kill, the first member down for the side of Special Faction. Look at Barat rushing out of this fight. C-Suite trying to rush in for the knockup, able to connect and take him down. 3 members off of the board and a possible turnaround. You are seeing Special Faction come online for the late game.
They do have time now. They did make a mistake. Moniyan did make a mistake. A little bit too comfortable in the base of the side of Special Faction, but with the base though, I do see a lot of shoving coming from the side of Special Faction. Is this the mistake that Special Faction was looking for, Weezy? I don't know, but looks like another clash is about to happen, but looks like they'll respectfully back off. Let me talk, please. Like, I wanted to talk about... Come on, guys. I'm even scared to talk about these items, Weezy. Like, come on. But speaking of these items, I do see everyone has locked in their late game core items now, so there's nothing they can really adjust here. I do see that Lilia did sell those shoes for some extra damage. Speaking about damage, Weezy.
Cyclops getting bursted out, but go ahead and continue the items. Hopefully, we got a little bit of time. Hopefully. Hurry, Eunice, hurry!
I gotta talk. All right, so now Special Faction does have to be careful. Looks like the neutral objective Lord is gonna pop up very soon. So that Lord is all they really have, right? I mean, they do have the team fights, but Sicilian is back online. Sicilian is gonna be able to proc all of this damage still, even with those items. So definitely have to be careful. But speaking about being careful, Weezy.
You said the word items. You had it for a minute, and then you said items, and they want to fight it out. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Another engagement. Minoan Empire trying to take the lead, trying to close this game out. They do have the numbers as Cheese is down the Cyclops jungle, and they are going to fight it out. Potato with the Sanguine Claws. Going to go ahead and do some CC. Machu caught in all this engagement. Tyrant's Rage not able to connect. As you see the split on the rock over there by the Lilian, and you are seeing Machu pick up the kill. It's going to find Potato, and that is Glue picking that up. Denton is welcome to grab up Glue in response. Possibly take him down, stun him on the wall, and Major Rita picking up the kill. But Kagura rushing in, Yin Yang overturned. In effect, doing some serious damage. C-Suite picking up the kill, taking out Carmilla. Clint taking out Asian Dude over there on this Barat, and that is forcing Lilia and Ruby on the retreat. And they do have 4 members to 2, and you are seeing Special Faction with a huge advantage to possibly close this out. But can they do it? Do they continue? They only have the minions for the mid lane, and down goes 1 minion, down goes 2 minions, and down goes the inhibitor for the mid lane. They have to be careful. Being over aggressive can cost us this game, as it's only the marksman and the tank to defend him. Ruby in play and Lilia to kind of contest it, and it looks like they need to disengage, but they do not disengage. Kufra rushing in, knock up. Black Shoes with the wraparound is going to go ahead and give Lilia all her help to continue to contest on this fight. But wait a minute, now a 3v2 situation, but it is getting closer and closer to Minoan Empire responding back in. Cheese getting a kill, taking down Ruby, and ladies and gentlemen, Special Faction is going to try and take out the turret, but the minions have spawned in, and it is not enough time, but they are able to get the mega kill, taking out the Lilia. Cooper rushing in. Look at Maku taking down. Lilia getting the Clint. My goodness, what is going on right now? As only Glue left by himself, and Potato able to clear it before the Nexus gets shut down with barely 1 HP.
Oh my goodness, a little bit of overextension coming in from the side of Special Faction. No minions equals no push, right? I do see neutral objective did come up, so it looks like it's going to be on the side of Moniyan, but are they going to go for the Lord, or are they going to push down mid lane? But speaking about mid lane...
Did you say items? Did you say items, Eunice?
I didn't.
Glue.
I didn't. Won't let me talk, Wheezy.
Glue rushing in is going to go ahead and try and stop them from taking the turret, and it looks like he is just being a little over aggressive. And then you are looking at them take this base now, and I'm scratching my head. What is the game plan? Did he not see the back door? And that is going to be Moniyan Empire, ladies and gentlemen, taking down the Nexus and taking the series.
I think this is one of the matches where I was just quiet. I mean, I guess I'm not saying items anymore, but 27-minute game coming in from both sides. Very, very long game. Very well played by both sides. That Sicilian did start to come online towards that late game, but like I said, that power spike coming in from that Lily and the Sicilian was able to take down the red side, so that there was no response. But speaking of response, the MVP did get locked in by Carmilla. Very well played. Good sets coming in. Lots of damage taken from that Carmilla. But speaking of Carmilla, I do see an 82% teamfight participation coming in from that Carmilla, and response to that, we do that Sicilian right there, right up to neck with the Sicilian, being able to use that wall to be able to do these amazing plays onto the backline. So being able to proc and think these team fights out, very well played. But looks like I just couldn't talk, but congratulations to the side of the blue. Sicilian is well played. 2-0 sweep coming in from the side of Moniyan. Congratulations, you do deserve this crown. I will see you guys in the next Faction Cup.
Definitely deserve the crown, and I think I deserve a breath, and Eunice deserves some more time to go over.
Oh, come on now. I was barely able to talk, Weezy.
I guess the keys to victory is not saying the word item on the caster's desk for these two teams. But speaking of these two teams, these are just two factions out of today's matches competing for the #1 title, the best faction in the Land of the Dawn for Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America. That's right, we are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and we are hosting the Faction Cup from the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North American Discord server, live on the MLSA YouTube channel and the MLBB NA YouTube channel as well. I appreciate everybody tuning in. Hopefully that match was enjoyable. Hopefully y'all got a little bit more room to breathe than I did, and a little bit more room to speak than Eunice did. But let's take a look at the schedule so far, right? Series 1, Moniyan Empire going up against Special Faction, was able to close it out in a long sweep for the best of 3, and they will move on to the finals. And now on to Series 2, we are going to be seeing Barren go up against Agelta Drylands for a best of 3, and the winner of this series will go up against the Moniyan Empire for the grand finals. So definitely don't go nowhere. Catch some breaths, maybe speak a little bit if you need to speak some more, and then we'll be back with you guys for the next series.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They've been talking, tell me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of saving God. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of saving God. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
No. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm milling for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP Lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again. We dare. We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
You say hi.
Three wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
Three wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm Legend for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season, and I have a lot of respect for them. They've brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist, because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. you have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this shit just what I made it now, I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. All these bitches for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
No. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All you get your hands up, all you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this
is a wonder to behold.
It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm milling for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP Lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again.
Alright, that's I like that.
We dare.
And action.
We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
You say hi.
Three wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
Three wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm like son for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Mobile Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. All these bitches for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All you get your hands up, all you raise your hands. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh, it's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon. I'm milling for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP Lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again.
Alright, I like that.
We dare.
And action.
We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
Three wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
Three wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm late son for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma life. They been talking to me on me, you know don't never.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Apologize for the delay. A couple of the teams were having some issues getting into the lobby, but it has all been situated and we are officially ready to go. That's right. Today we are hosting the Faction Cup for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North American Discord server, and we are live on the MLSA YouTube and the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America YouTube to host this amazing event. As you are going to be seeing 8 of North America's best factions compete for that #1 title of the best faction in the Land of the Dawn 4NA. A look at today's schedule. We're currently just finished Series 1 with Moniyan Empire prevailing over Special Faction in a 2-0 sweep for the best of 3. And now on to Barren Lands going up against Agelta Drylands. They are going to be competing in another best of 3, and the winner out of this series will go up against Moniyan Empire to close out today in the grand finals for the Faction Cup. All live to you on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel and the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America YouTube channel. But enough about that. Let's talk about these teams. Agelta Drylands going up against the Barren Lands, and we have an amazing on-point analyst on the desk today, going by the name of Master Rim, and I will be your play-by-play. How you doing today, Rim?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to see these factions go at it, right? Looking at the draft so far, we do see some strong heroes being taken off, which is good. For the side of Agelta, we are seeing the Joy and the Hayabusa being banned off, and on the red side, we do see that Carry being banned off, right? But speaking of things that we're seeing, there's some notable names in this matchup here. We are seeing Gosu's very own Yue there, which we all know he's one of those better roams when it comes to roamers in NA, right? But we also see them having Nicolette. She did participate in the last NACT, and she's a force to be reckoned with in that mid lane. So I definitely know that these are experienced players going up against each other, and we can tell that by the draft so far, right? We did see the veteran also being banned out, which is a really good ban because he can be flexed in the jungle, and he's still pretty strong to be able to sustain against not much heroes in that EXP lane, as well as he is a pretty decent and solid matchup regardless of what you put up against them in that EXP.
And looking at the draft so far, right, you've seen a lot of meta off the table. The Joy, the Glue, the Fredrin, the Carry, but Martis is still available, and I'm wondering if the side of Barren Lands will kind of ban this out. Since they are second in the draft, that's a slight advantage for the side of Agelta Drylands to be able to pick him up. That Martis with the Mortal Coils, a solid jungler to be able to use those to his disposal with some anti-CC. Not only can he take these neutral objectives, but he can also prey on the weak that have the low HP and potentially shift the focus and momentum to their side. So May wanting to ban him out for the side of Barren Lands, but I'm wondering, they have one ban left. And there are still a lot of options on the table, but I think the most effective is definitely going to be the Martis. But I like how you kind of mentioned their team, right? They have well-seasoned, experienced players. Members that play with Gosu, Nicolette, members that played in previous NACTs. And then on the side of Agelta Drylands, we're wondering just how well they'll kind of prevail against them, as there's definitely going to be some synergy and some overall understanding on how to properly rotate in the game. But they're going to take out the Kaja for the side of Barren Lands to finalize the first ban phase, and it looks like Raiden hovering over this Eve is not going to kind of go for the Martis, and I'm wondering if this is the wisest answers. When you lock in the Eve this early, you allow a lot of counter picks to slide against it. The Kadita, Mage, you can also pick up a Valentina, take her ultimate from her. You can go an Assassin and kind of dive back, especially with that Kaja not being on the board and only having to worry about the Franco for suppression. There's just a lot on the table, and I'm not really sure if I agree with the Eve pick this early in the phase, but we will see how the side of Barren Lands responds.
Absolutely right, and it's good that you mentioned that, right? Because Eve, even though she does offer that high ground and that zoning potential, we can't take away the utility that she offers, right? So even if they do pick up that Kadita and put her in that mid lane position there, she's still gonna have a lot to kite around in order to get to that Eve, right? But speaking of things to be kited around, Jordan locking in that Lapu Lapu, a perfect answer to the Eve, right? Because while she's in that real world manipulation, she's unable to use her other skills. She's unable to move. The only way she can escape that is if she cancels the ultimate. And that Lapu Lapu being slotted in can just enable him to constantly harass and dive that backline with that brave fighter stance, right? So definitely a strong pick. Speaking of strong picks, Yue on this Estes, now a little bit of a a side note to those of you who doesn't know, I think he's in the top 10 on the global Estes leaderboards. I think last time I checked, he was actually global number 6 Estes, right? So he's definitely proficient on this hero. But speaking of hero and their proficiency, Jans locking in this Atlas as well as them securing the Clint for the side of Agelta there. Now, I like that pick mostly because there's a lot of good ADCs open that the side of Barrenlands can pick up, right? They can pick up that Beatrix. They can also pick up that 1-1. And I would like to see them pick up the 1-1, right? Because we do know she's able to get that crossbow with Tang off on this Atlas and kind of counter engage him, right? Plus, if he grabs up the team there for Barrenlands, they have the Estes, so they're going to be able to group up. But 1-1 is one of those heroes that can kind of just answer to that. But speaking of answers, a perfect answer here for the side of Barrenlands, right? Locking in that Valentina, she has the IMU, and she has a lot of ultimates at her disposal. She could either go for that set, taking that Fatal Links, or she can go for some utility and zoning as well with that real-world manipulation. So beautiful first half of the draft coming in from the side of Barrenlands, and I would say so far I do favor their draft over the side of Agelta. What say you, Weezy?
I kind of agree on all those points you made so far, especially when you lock in that Valentina, right? We kind of said that in the beginning when the Eve was slotted. It's a perfect counter, not only to take the manipulation from you, but also to take anything else you put on the table in terms of ultimate to work inside of Valentina's disposal. And then to top that off, you pick up the Atlas, right? Now, not only are you working up against the Valentina who can steal the real world manipulation, but also take the Fatal Links. And that's going to be a very upscale battle now, as that is a lot of utility that Nicolette kind of possesses. Not only just a regular mage, and not even, I would say, a regular mage, just a top tier mage for North America. Kind of spoken, her name speaks for itself, as she's competed in NACTs and so much more, and definitely knows how to utilize that mid lane mage. So definitely a menace, and you have to watch out for Nicolette on this Valentina. Now, going into the second phase of the draft, I'm wondering what they're going to put in the roam, not the roam, but the jungle position for the side of Barrenlands. Yes, you have the Estes. He's great on heals, but he is a backline support. So they need a little bit of a stronger frontline presence to be able to finalize and solidify their composition. Now, it could be a blacklist strat. They could lock in the Barats. Definitely a strong option. Might actually be one of the best options if it does walk through the ban phase, as you are seeing the side of Agelta take out the 1-1, which Rim kind of spoke about. When that Atlas rushes in, you are able to get those easy weakness points to be able to activate that crossbow with Tang. And not to mention, they have that Eve that is stuck in place to be able to make it a little bit of an easier time. So taking that 1-1 off the board, definitely one of the things you have to watch out for. But there's still a lot of options in terms of the marksman. They can still get a Claude. They need a late game marksman, and Claude is looking super strong right now. And if I was the side of Barrenlands, that's what I would pick up, right? Claude can get to the back line. He can easily take out that Eve. He has a lot of mobility with the mirror image effect provided by Dexter to escape that Atlas when things get a little bit tricky. And overall, that late game damage is what they are lacking currently, is they have the frontline presence by Jordan's Empire on the Lapu Lapu. They have the heals as the game gets later, it gets stronger in the hands of UA. Not only heals, but like you said, Supreme, Estes, and then on top of that, Nicolette to be able to steal these ultimates. And there you go, a strong pick indeed. Nikoko picking up the Claude.
It's a great answer, like you mentioned here, right? But we are seeing Agelta here hovering over this Grok pick, and I like that Grok pick, right? Because he does have the capability to counter and go up against that Lapu Lapu there in the EXP lane. Now for junglers here, for the side of Barrenlands, I would like to see them slot in that Akai if it doesn't go to the side of Agelta, right? Akai is one of those picks. He has an answer for this Atlas there, right? But speaking of answers, we do see them denying the side of Barrenlands from completing this blacklist strat and locking in that Barats as their jungler, denying them of that, right? But like I said, there's still the Akai, and he can kind of kite around it. And like you said, the Martis as well is still open, and it's still a strong pick in combination with Nico there on this Claude, right? As we do know, he could have a harder time finishing and securing these kills in the late game, and the Martis with that decimation would definitely definitely be able to just go in there and be able to clean up on those kills. But like you said, they also do need someone who's able to be that frontline, tank for the team, as Estes is that backline support, right? So definitely interested to see what they're going to pick up here. And like I said, they picked up the Akai, and I'm really happy that they did that. I really like what the side of Barrenlands has for them. They have the heavy spin, they have the blessing of the moon goddess, right? They do have the blazing duet to answer to that Eve, as well as the Clint in the late game. And not only that, they could also have the real world manipulation at their disposal. They could have the fatal links at their disposal, or the wild charge at their disposal, right? So they have a lot of options going for them. So Weezy, looking at these drafts, who do you think you're in favor of now that it's finalized?
I think it's safe to go with the Supreme Estes. I feel like overall, like I said, this is a blacklist strat, right? Into the hands of Barrenlands. Very strong pickups, and they have the counters to work against Agelta right now. They have that Valentina that's going to be able to steal not only Atlas, they can steal Barats, you can use Grok, you can use Eve, and that is a lot of ultimates at her disposal to make this a very upscale battle for the side of Agelta. So it's going to really be up to this Valentina to kind of set the tempo leading this game. Now, looking at the Eve, right? You got to be careful now, because when you use that manipulation, you have to have proper placement. You have to look out for Nikoko, rushing in with the Blazing Duet, the Mirror Image Effect from Dexter, like you stated, over there on the Lapu Lapu, rushing in with the Bravest Fighter and the Raging Slash, while she is stagnant over there on that manipulation is going to be a possible problem. Not to mention the Akai, who can just rush in at any time with a heavy spin, and a lot of heroes that are all solid answers to give Raiden a hard time on this Eve.
Absolutely, but things that's going to give them a hard time, right? Again, going back to this Estes pick, we're definitely going to need to see that Necklace of Durance being picked up early for that Eve, right? We do need to see that coming in, as well as some dominance eyes. But speaking of dominance coming in,
you are seeing Demon pick up this Lethal Wanderer over there in the jungle for the side of Barrenlands on that Akai jungle to give him a slight advantage in terms of farm. Now, looking at early game, there is a lot more early game presence in the side of Agelta Drylands, since they did run the beefier tank position. They have a lot more CC at their disposal this Eve to come online and provide that slow with that manipulation. Maybe a game plan, but you already are seeing the tempo over there by Barrenlands rushing in, trying to get a kill. Nicolette's going to go ahead and take down this Atlas nice and early, and that is one of the things about Atlas. Yes, he is a viable tank at times, but you have to wait till he gets his level 4 before he can be very proficient, and he does not really have set potential. He can get a little bit of a freeze with that mobility and stun, but it's not enough to really bank on in the early phase. Definitely need to be a little passive, get your level 4 before this turtle spawns in, and that's really the proper way to kind of rotate over there with him. And Barrenlands, not wasting any time, is going ahead and pick up another kill for the bottom side. He's going to take down Clint, and also open up this gold turret to be stripped down of gold to give Claude a slight favor for that lane.
Speaking of favorites here, Nicolette already reaching that level 4 before the turtle, right? And the side of Barrenlands, they do have what it takes to contest. And speaking of contesting this turtle, we do see an engage.
Kokomi picking up that turtle. Nicolette in a bad situation is going to go ahead and dash out, provided by Estes with the heals. Yue caught in the manipulation and hit with the windup of Grok. Now the fatal links to respond, and Yue picking up that kill. Down goes Grok. Bravest Fighter flicker in with the Raging Slash, trying to take out Raiden, but overextending into the turret, taking 2 hits, but healed up by Estes. And right now, the strong micro from the side of Barrenlands is prevailing, as you are seeing the Blazing Duet clear the minions in the mid lane. Lil Habibi facing up against this Clint, and now the backdoor play over there by Nicolette and Yue to rush in, dive the turret, but some turret damage on the way onto Nikoko, and they decide to get out as Jans was rushing in, who now has level 4 to be able to hit this fatal links.
And that was a good engage, right? We are seeing a lot of dominance coming out from the team, from Barrenlands here, and that's what you want to see from their composition, right? It's like you mentioned, they have the Akai, who's able to just dive in at his disposal, right? As well as having this Valentina to kind of just add on to that early game pressure. And we are seeing a lot of pressure happening here over at this blue buff.
You do see a lot of pressure, and already Barrenlands leading the way in the early phase. Bravest Fighter rushing in. Raging Slash takes down Atlas, having 2 deaths on the board in only 3 minutes. Not the place you want to be for the roam. And you're just seeing Nicolette having an easier time continuously stealing Atlas's ult with that IMU, currently holding on to a possible Fatal Links for another engagement on the way. As a heavy spin on the wall for Raiden, pinned, can't get out, terrified. Fatal Links going in to the detonus. Welcome Nicolette taking him down on this E, but responded back by Atlas's Fatal Links. And now 2v4 situation. Barren lands on the aggressive play for the tier 1 turret. Is going to quickly disengage, almost bursting down Kokomi and forcing Jans to recall. But wait a minute, you are seeing them not push off. They're continuously putting on this pressure, even with the gold on this turret. And it looks like now shifting focus over to this turtle.
Now, looking at win conditions here, right, Agelta really has to try to secure pickoffs and then immediately try to disengage after, right? Looking at the Barren Lands team fight composition, they have the Valentina with whichever ulti she decides to steal, right? They have the Estes' ulti as well at their disposal. So if these team fights are drawn out, they're definitely going to lose out on that upper hand. But speaking of upper hand, there is an engage, a little tussle happening there. We do see the side of Barren Lands rotating down to apply some more pressure down in this gold side.
There goes pressure, dive into the turret onto Lil Habibi. Atlas with the backdoor play with the Fatal Links hit by the Purified UA to escape. And a Fatal Links from Valentina of her own to do some damage onto Jans with that extension. Nicolette taking the kill. Blazing Duet going down. But looks like they are going to go in and try and burst down Kokomi on this front line. Barat's Estes going to go ahead and continuously heal up Nikoko and Nicolette in the bottom side. And now 6-0 in terms of kill on the scoreboard for the side of Barren Lands to lead the way in the early game. Now look at Akai going up against the Barats. Heavy spin on the wall for a pin. And now UA and Nicolette joining the fight. Terrified. The Tennis welcome as a response. Going to go ahead and pick up Akai, pin him on the wall, get the stun. And Barat is able to slide out of there.
Absolutely, man. But speaking of things sliding, let's look at some of these items that were sliding into these hands, right? We did see Barat's locking in that cursed helmet, definitely going to help him with those wave clears, right? We did see Clint locking in that endless battle, and Yves just picking up that enchanted talisman. But speaking of things being picked up, Lapu
going in with the raging slash of the bravest fighter, not able to take out Kokomi, and that is his ultimate down now. You are seeing Rock kind of wind up to do some AoE damage, but in the mid lane, some heavy pressure over there by Barren Lands, possibly going to go ahead and try and take this turret. Jan's rushing in, does have Fatal Links hit by Akai with the headbutt, and now Fatal Links going in for a double set onto UA and Nicolette. And manipulation going down over there by Raiden to provide Subzonus Detonus welcome, grabbing up UA in response. Heavy spin to push back Kokomi, almost pinning him into the mid lane tier 1 turret, and that is Jordan's Empire on the Lapu Lapu, rushing in to burst him down. A beautiful combo from the side of Barren Lands, and that is one member off the board for Agelta, and there you go. Fatal Links by Nicolette, still in Atlas's ult, not able to get a set in. Bravest Fighter flickering in, able to get out of that turret and doing some AoE damage to the side of Agelta. Drylands and some heavy pressure for this mid lane battle, and it looks like the side of Barren Lands now is going to go for this turtle.
Man, Agelta has no answers right now for the sustain coming in from the side of Barren Lands, right? Just like I mentioned, I wanted to see them lock in that dominance ice as that first item, especially coming in from this Barat's here, right? I wouldn't have opted in for that cursed helmet there. He definitely has to be one of those heroes to be in the front line. But speaking of front line,
you are seeing the manipulation go down by Eve. A little bit of a knock up in the mid lane. Guardian's Barrier trapping UA from being able to get to that turret. Blazing Duet from Nikoko going in for the AoE damage. Jans taken down to barely any HP. You are seeing Justice Blaze now. The Raging Slash unable to connect onto Jans by Lapu Lapu, but UA able to find a kill, takes out Kokomi. Immobilized over there by the tier 1 turret. Jordan still trying to rush in. Guardian's Barrier going in, but Jordan able to dash out of it.
And they're already keeping up the momentum, engaging, and they're already starting to deny Agelta from being able to farm in this early game, right? And when you look at that, they have the only answer for damage late game is honestly Habibi on this Clint, right? The Yves, most likely all that she's going to be able to provide for the team when the longer this game goes on is that utility, right? But the side of Barren Lands, they have the answers to that utility. They have the heals coming in from Estes. They also have the sustain of their own, right? Lapu did pick up that Bloodless Axe, and Akai did secure that Guardian helmet. So there's healing coming through, and Valentina as well, she has the heal in her passive to add to that sustainability, right? We did see her locking in that clock of destiny as well as enchanted talisman to be able to spam some more skills and deal some damage. But speaking of skills and damage here,
we do see a possible fatal links on the way from Jans, who did rush in trying to get Yue. Heavy spin though on that costly play, and down he goes into Nicolette. Demon gonna pick up that kills, taking down Jans. Actually, Nicolette takes down Ganryu over there, and that is 2 members out for the side of Agelta. No kills on the board. You are seeing Barrenlands pave the way for the early game. Even though they lost the mid lane tier 1 turret, they were able to answer back by taking the tier 1 for the top and bottom side, a couple of turtles, and now taking the first lord of the day.
absolutely, right? The gold lead is slowly piling up for the side of Barrenlands here. They're starving out Agelta, not allowing them to get online, right? And like I said, Clint, he has to be able to secure these objectives to find these openings here. But speaking of opening,
fatal links for the set, instant manipulation. Nicolette gonna go ahead and take down Atlas. You do see Adetna's welcome connecting onto Demon, but Lapu Lapu having a response, takes out Grok with the Raging Slash. Nicolette taking out Kokomi. That is a lot of members down. Triple kill for Nicolette, taking down Raiden, leaving only Lil Habibi, and Raiden's gonna pick that up, possibly. But you are going to see the turret, the tier 1, fall in the mid lane, and a mega kill activated by Jordan on this Lapu Lapu. Down goes the Clint, and that was a full wipeout for the side of Agelta Drylands into the hands of Barrenlands. Look at Atlas rushing in, maybe a fatal links, no one to help him on this set. And speaking of sets, you are seeing the Bravest Fighter over there by Jordan on the Lapu Lapu to peel him back. And it looks like they are going to go for this inhibitor. Guardian's Barrier going down, trying to stop them, but it's not enough. And down goes the inhibitor, cracking open the base, making them vulnerable. You are seeing the Akai with the heavy spin from Demon to zone them out, and that is going to allow the side of Barrenlands to peel off of this engagement, and they have stolen that mid lane inhibitor.
Absolutely, but Valentina also stole that fatal links, which is definitely going to be fatal for the side of Agelta here, as we see them still not entirely backing off. They're keeping the pressure, and like I said, they can afford to do that, right? They have what it takes to go up against this initial burst coming in from Agelta and still have more things at their disposal the longer the team fight draws on, right? We did see Estes locking in that magic defense there, as well as that enchanted talisman. He's going to be able to heal more, and with that passive coming in from that roam boots is definitely going to boost his healing capabilities, right? But speaking of things being boosted, Claude so locking in his 3 core items, right? That trifecta, and we've seen how detrimental and dangerous it is. But speaking of dangerous, I conceal.
You do see the fatal links. Lil Habibi taking out Yue. Heavy spin by Demon. Ganyu gonna pick up a kill, takes down the Coco. 2 members off the board from the side of Barrenlands. Looks like Agelta trying to shift the tempo. Still going in for the clash. Chasing down Demon. Chasing down Jordan. Jordan going back in. Now using the Bravest Fighter with the Raging Slash. You are seeing Nicolette join the fight. A stun onto Demon. Clash going on from both sides. But you are seeing this Lapu heavy trying to get to the back line. The headbutt from Demon into Jans. Taking out the Atlas into the hands of Akai. But Ganyu getting a shutdown. Taking out Demon. Nicolette taking out Ganyu to respond. Nicolette on the back and now hit with the manipulation. Raiden picking up the kill and takes her down, leaving only Jordan on the top side by himself. But pay attention to S is trying to rush in, but not in time as they take down the tier 1 turret for the XP lane. But wait a minute, Blessing of the Moon God is possibly on the way, trying to take out Komi. You are seeing Raiden join in for a little bit of peel over there on that Eve, and he gets out of that fight, but a request for a pause. I'm wondering what's going on that side. That was Kokomi who kind of requested that, so we'll go to a slight intermission just to make sure there is no technical issues on the side of Agelta. But man, Rim, these engagements, how are you feeling about today's match so far?
It's definitely intense, right? And we pointed that out in the draft, but Agelta, they're starting to come online. As we've seen before that technical pause, right? Clint was able to secure that kill, and he's starting to stack up, right? We did see the utility as well, like I said in the draft, coming in from that Eve, right? Even though, like I said, she would not be able to be the main source of damage, but she can make that Clint be able to dish out that damage from a distance. She does have the slow at her disposal, right? And they also have the Barats as well as Jans there on this Atlas with these fatal links, right? But I want to see a little more discipline coming in from him there. He's rushing it a little too prematurely, and most time that's costing his team that team fight, right? So go in, secure that that pick off, bait out those purifies, right? They do have the ability to cancel out and make those, the side of Barrenlands, waste out those utilities, right? They can either bait it out with the real world manipulation, bait it out with the fatal links, or that wild charge, right? Even the toners welcome coming in from the Barats here. What they have to do before they engage in these full-on team fights, they have to bait out. Baiting is an important part of this game, and as long as you can bait out some skills, some utilities, a lot of heroes become semi-useless without certain things at their disposal, right? But speaking of things being at the disposal, we are seeing the side of Agelta set up to proxy this Lord here, as they do constantly have the pressure, they have the zonage to be able to burst it down. But speaking of things being bursted,
You are seeing the fatal links into manipulation. Kokomi getting the Lord with the retribution, and now a fight going on. Guardians Barren wild charge into the wall, heavy spin by a Kai on Demon. Look at Gary, you taking some serious damage. Yue trying to heal the team. Nicolette taking out Ganyu on that overextension. And Raiden able to take out Akai. Nikoko responding back, taking out Atlas, getting a double, taking out Kokomi. That's only going to leave Lil Habibi and Raiden by themselves to go up against 3 members of Barrenlands. And they are going in for this push correction. 4 members. And looks like this Lord was not able to prevail. They're going to quickly make work of it and possibly go in to try and take some real estate. The question is, do they continue the push? You are going up against this Eve and this Claude, or Clint, which is going to be a lot of range damage. And there you go with range, using that manipulation. A smart decision to go ahead and clear the minions for the mid lane to deny the push from Barrenlands.
That was a great defense, and still coming out from the side of Agelta, right? They're definitely capitalizing off of some of the mistakes and overconfidence we're seeing coming out from the side of Barrenlands there, right? But I want to take a minute to look at these items, right? Because looking at Yifia, I did say I wanted to see her with that necklace of Durance as well, right? She has the slows coming in from that Ice Queen one, and she has the stackable damage coming in from the glowing one, but she has to be able to add on some more of that utility with that necklace item, right? Estes, he's able to heal, and if he picks up that Oracle as his last item, there's not much answers for it. The only dominance eyes and anti-lifesteal coming in from the side of Agelta is on chance with this fatal links, right? And to some extent, he cannot be the only one with that heal cutting, right? And speaking of sustainability, Lapu Lapu locking in that Oracle to boost up the momentum, and life still coming in from that Bloodless Axe as well. So there's not much answers for that sustainability, and the side of Agelta definitely needs to find an answer to that. Try to draft around it, right? You know, build around that counter, that Estes. Like I said, the longer these team fights are drawn out, he's going to be able to help his team sustain. But on sustainability,
You are seeing the retribution onto Demon, and it looks like they are going to go in for the kill. Dennis welcome. Demon rushing out with the headbutt. Fatal Links activated. You are seeing Yue with the Blessing of the Moon Goddess. Blade Duet going in. Unstoppable from Lapu Lapu picking up a kill. And Nikoko to take down Atlas. That is going to be Lil Habibi falling for that Lapu in that trade. And 2 members down for the side of Agelta. Drylands going for a third. Going to try and burst down Ganyu and mega kill. Nikoko picking up another. Is going to take him down and leaving only Kokomi and Raiden by themselves to go up against the full team of the Barrenlands. And ladies and gentlemen, I think they are going to go for this push. They do have the numbers. They have the minions. But there is manipulation drop down by Raiden as a response. Bravest fighter to rush in, try and cancel it out, and a manipulation of their own with the Valentina to be able to pick up the kill, and that was Nicolette who did take that, and now Kokomi trying to fight him off. Jan's rushing in for Fatal Links, not in time, and ladies and gentlemen, Barrenlands has done it. They have taken game 1 for Series 2.
beautiful game coming in from the side of Barrenlands here, right? We did talk about what they had at their disposal. They had the sustainability, they had the frontline presence, right? Jordan being able to focus on Raiden there, like you mentioned in the draft as well, being able to apply pressure when she's in that real world manipulation, right? But speaking of pressure, Nicolette being able to secure that MVP and rightfully deserved, right? Looking at the overall team fight composition coming in from the side of Barrenlands, a lot of 70% and up here. They were heavy on the aggression. They had the team composition to be able to do so, right? We also see Nico there on this clock being able to do 36% of that tower damage for the team to be able to open up that map to make them have an easier time in terms of these rotations. And with a comp that we all like to call and refer to as the blacklist composition, that's definitely how you're supposed to execute that. So beautiful game coming in from the side of Barrenlands, but this is a best of 3. So the side of Agelta definitely needs to have an answer for the playstyle coming out from Barrenlands.
You said blacklist draft, okay. Estes, get a support, get a tank jungler, okay. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and try that out next time. No, but it definitely good micro, good macro, great drafting, and definitely a lot of homework that was done from the side of Barrenlands for match 1. But like Rim stated, this is a series. Ladies and gentlemen, we are hosting the Faction Cup, an event that the MLSA has partnered up with the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America Discord server to host on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel and the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America channel. So I appreciate you guys all the way across the land of the Dawn tuning in, and hopefully we've been putting on a great show as these teams have been putting on some intense matches. Speaking of these teams, a little bit of a look at the schedule so far. Series 1, we've seen the Moniyan Empire go up against Special Faction to be able to pull out a long drawn-out sweep in 2-0. Now on to Series 2, Barrenlands going up against Agelta Drylands, and Barrenlands prevailing, able to take Game 1. And the question of the day is, how will Agelta Drylands respond? Will they be able to take Game 2 and drag us out to a Game 3, or are we going to see a repeat of history like Series 1 and Barrenlands take the sweep? On to the finals. After this, we will be moving on to that grand finals to see the winner of this series go up against the Moniyan Empire to close it out and be titled the best faction in North of America. So definitely don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Grab some popcorn, get some drinks, and we'll be right back with you guys for match 2.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause it's just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never, ever stop.
time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something. I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down. Don't let it all. I've been on the road. Accomplished all of my goals and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it up the goal. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and man, an insane match that we've seen for Series 2 Game 1 as Barren prevailed over Agelta with the Blacklist draft. I was taking some notes along the way, may have to pull that out and rank myself, but definitely well played indeed. And now the question on the board is, how will the side of Agelta respond? But before we get into that, we are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and we are officially hosting the Faction Cup. That's right, we have partnered up with the Mobile Legends North American Discord server, and we are hosting the Faction Cup live on the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America Discord or YouTube channel and the MLSA YouTube channel. So definitely hi to everybody across the board in the Land of the Dawn on the YouTube side of things. But speaking of today, jumping into the schedule, currently Moniyan Empire versus Special Faction. We've seen Series 1 best of 3. Moniyan leading the way with a 2-0 sweep to move on to the finals. And now, Series 2 Barren going up against Agelta. Barren taking the Blacklist draft and prevailing for Game 1. And now, possibly match point to get the sweep. Or are we going to see Agelta drag them out for a Game 3? And then to close out today, to move on to the grand finals, we are going to see Moniyan Empire go up against the winner of Series 2 to close out the Faction Cup and earn the title as the best faction in North America. Brought to you live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel and the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel. So I appreciate you guys tuning in from across the Land of the Dawn in North America. And make sure you register for these events on the MLBB NA Discord server and the MLSA Discord server. But moving on to the match, we have two amazing casters on the desk. We have on the play-by-play Coach Deku, do you even breathe? Joined by Eunice, the on-point analyst, to break down these items and keys to victory. How you guys doing today?
Doing great, Woozy, right? We're heading into the finals for the Faction Cup, and this is going to be great to see in between these two teams here. Coming in a little late, so I'm definitely ready to be woken up by these two teams' powers. I'm definitely excited to be up here yet again, but enough from me. Eunice, how are you doing ahead of tonight's match?
If you saw earlier, but I couldn't talk earlier, so I'm just hoping I have a chance to talk this game. But I did see the previous match. I do know a lot of people currently that is sitting on the board right now. So before we get into the draft, a little bit of a background story for each player on both sides of the team. I do see on the side of blue, that is Nicolette, Yue, Demon, Jordan's Empire, and Nikoko. Now, Nikoko and every single one of these players, right, that's sitting on this draft board right now has competed competitively. So each person has their strengths, and they also do have their weaknesses. But speaking about draft, I do see Nicolette locking in that Yves. Yves has been a very big punish lately in the back line now in the line of the Dawn. So good mage backline peeling coming in from Nicolette, but I do see Yue locking in that Grok. Yue is one of the most good supports that I've seen lately in the NA community, and being able to lock in that S this last game really did put a punish on the side of the red, so definitely want to see what he has in stock for the rest of the team. Now, I do see Fredrin locking in, and Coach Deku and I have talked about this multiple times, but Fredrin is basically, essentially a walking Petri. So need to have a good response for the side of the red team here. But I do see the Xavier locking in. Xavier fall off a little bit early game, but definitely as he starts to get his items and being able to get those 3 core items, right? The clock, the lightning, and the enchanted talisman, definitely will be able to start proccing these damages, give enough CC for their team to come online and be able to push up. But speaking about push up, I do see the Wan. And 1-1 does also fall off in the early game, but we all know that 1-1 starts to stack pretty dangerously in that late game phase. And with that lock, being able to take all that damage in the fronts, right? Blueberry is also a very good known side laner here. And we've seen Blueberry compete actually in the last previous Faction Cup. So these players that are standing right now have competed in the previous Faction Cup. So definitely love to see those two up against each other once again and being able to show us which side is stronger and how they're able to take the crown off today for this current match and try to see how everything's going. But I do see Lolita being locked in by the side here, and it looks like that is a potential Grok side, but they Lolita roam, and I do see Moskov. Moskov is a very good early game marksman. Being able to shove a lot of waves, I feel like is a lot of key to victory. Usually you want the marksman to come online and be able to push all these turrets, right? When your team can't do that, you kind of have to rely on your marksman. But speaking of marksman, I do see that Dinosaur, the Thanos, being locked in by Kokomi, and then Matilda locked in by Jans. And Matilda is a very, very mobile roam, right? Being able to put in that heal and being able to be everywhere around the map. And I do see a potential switch coming in. I do see UA now has picked up the Lolita, and Jordan's on that Grok, so definitely a damage Grok coming in here now. But enough of me talking about draft. Deku, just looking at these two drafts, I know you know these players, I know you know some of these play styles, weaknesses, strengths. Just by looking at draft here, let's not mind any of the players here. If you had to just go by the books, which side are you favoring just off of draft?
Also draft, right? They're definitely both of these drafts are leaning heavy into that team fight composition, which are drafts that I really like. So with that being said, I do feel like on the one side of things for Barren, right? I feel like the one thing that's going to kind of fall short for them is in that marksman lane. I feel like Agelta, with this team fight composition, has secured a marksman, right, one that really flourishes in this kind of setup. And then not only that, right, you have that Xavier in your mid lane to kind of go ahead and throw out those dawning lights to kind of burst out Moskov ahead of those fights to do a lot of damage to him. And I feel like Eve can't exactly do the same, right? Real world manipulation doesn't really affect the 1-1 with that passive. She's able to use those auto attacks and keep bouncing, hopping, and dashing around throughout those team fights. So I feel like with the interaction in between them in the team fights and then the interaction with the mages, I do think Agelta Drylands does have the stronger team fight presence later on. But that's not to sleep on Barrenlands, right? They also have a very strong composition, a lot of strong picks. You have Lolita, you have Eve, you have things like the Fred and the Grok as well to kind of lead the way for initiation. But I do have to give it up to Agelta Drylands. I just feel like the 1-1 is too strong in team fight compositions, and I don't feel like there's enough answers to deal with it as it goes later on into the match.
Yeah, but I might have to disagree with you on that 1-1 though, because they do have Lolita drafted on the side of Barren, right? With that wall, Lolita's actually able to block out the crossbow tank coming in from the 1-1. So we do have to see if UA is actually able to time that though, but not to put teams down on the lower end of things. 1-1 is a very, very vile marksman in the late game. But speaking of late game, do you see a potential clash coming up here, Deku?
Daytona's welcome is going to get canceled though, so they're not going to actually have that fight break out. It's going to be disengaged outside of Barren, but hang on here. Ice Retribution from Demon on this Fredrin. Not going to be able to find the mark. A little clashing between Gon Yu and Nikoko on this Moskov. But all across the board though, still a little slow and not too much action just yet.
Yeah, looks like a neutral ejected turtle is about to come up though in just a few short seconds, and looks like they're going to do a little bit of a battle here. Do you see both teams coming online, kind of zoning out the turtle now? So I do see both realms are in position, but Barrenlands, they put their thumb on it for the turtle. But speaking about turtle,
we're seeing Jordan's Empire being taken down by Blueberry on this Wapu. Gonna force the flicker out. Lolita UA with the stun. Gonna facilitate the kill into his hands, but here comes Kokomi, maybe looking for a trade. Not gonna be able to find it. Barrenlands gonna be able to walk away with that in this team fight ahead of this turtle though. They are starting to pull it on the side of Agelta, aggro to the deep side of the wall. They are gonna reset it though. Barrenlands looking like they're gonna go for the contest as well. They're not gonna back away. UA stacking up for this Numium Blast is going to find Barats. That's the only member, though. I don't know if that's going to be enough. Mystic Field from Xavier is going to go ahead and take down UA here. Daytona's welcome onto Jordan's Empire. The turtle is going to fall into the hands of Xavier here on the side of Agelta Drylands. Is Kokomi going to pick him up a kill. They're looking for more on Demon as he's hopping over that wall trying to escape the side of Barren.
This is a right team fight to take, right? We both saw that the EXP lane on the side of Barren did get taken down, so he wasn't able to come online with a team fight. But looking at that Grok, he's currently sitting at 0-2, right? Not too hot right now for the side of Barrenlands, but speaking about Barrenlands.
There is invade on that red buff. Demon is all alone on the Fredman is going to be taken out by Blueberry there. As Agelta is playing very aggressive into this jungle of Barren, definitely finding the openings to be able to capitalize on this composition.
First item has been picked up by the side of Blueberry. Did pick up that Bloodlust, so definitely might be able to start fronting for the side of Agelta. That Bloodlust does give Lapu that lifesteal, being able to front for all of that, but I do see Agelta taking very, very big control over the side of Barrenland's economy. But speaking about economy,
seeing another engage over here in the jungle, another forced invade, but they look like they might get punished, but no, Gandhi's going to find a kill traded out by Jordan's Empire on the Grok here. Both teams 1-to-1 trade so far, but the buff did go over to the hands of Kokomi after he was taken out, but hang on a wild charge from Grok, setting up another kill, going to the hands of Nicolette, but the damage, the crossbow tank has been unlocked by 1-1 here. Will he be able to find one? Does take out Nikoko on the Moskov, looking to find two here on this. Lolita does pick up the double kill, and that's huge for the side of Agelta into the hands of 1-1 here, getting her online nice and early.
yeah, with that being said, 2 kills now being into the favor of the marksman side. Now 3 actually for the side of Agelta. Ganyu with that 1 being able to now stack pretty early. But let's take a look at these items real quick. So we do see a Wama with a Goldie now with those 3 kill pickups, right? We do see she already locked in her first core item, which is the corrosion site. Will be able to deal all this damage now. And you see the marksman now on the side of Barren. The Moskov does have to just start shoving that 1-1 into her lane, and Moskov did lock in the first item. He did lock in corrosion as well. Same with that 1-1, but the gold lead is still in the favor. Whoa, what did I just see?
That was a crazy spirit destruction from the Coco on Moskov, able to find that turtle, threading the needle to be able to pick up that neutral objective. That's a great play from him to answer back a little bit to Agelta.
Right, he's just trying to tell him, like, hey, I'm here for my stay. Pretty much telling that for the side of Agelta, it doesn't really matter if you have 3 kills. If I could take a turtle, I'm taking the turtle. Definitely is showing his spot here, right? But I do see a possible clash coming in the mid lane.
There definitely is. There's the Daytona's welcome for the greeting, and a Lolita Numian Blast is not going to be able to do anything, as we do know, funneling up that Daytona's welcome, not able to find the CC. But speaking of things we're finding, right, it's kind of interesting. Kind of spoke about this as we were talking about these drafts, right? They both have these team fight compositions. Speaking of a team fight, one breaking out here, Dawning Light going down the mid lane, finding 3 members, but the Coco's going to be taken out by Blueberry here. Nothing sweet about him. Eat your veggies, Barrenlands. They have found a 1-0 trade in that mid lane. But speaking of things I was talking about, right, after the marksman falling down on the side of Barrenlands, 1-1 is profiting right now, right? 3 kills in this early game. We're talking about the team fight compositions from both these teams, but a marksman like the 1-1 in the hands of Ganyu is just very strong in these compositions. I just don't feel like Moskov finds the mark in here, but speaking of finding the mark, Lapu here trying to stack up for a kill. A Dawning Light almost taking him out, but here comes a flicker. Airlines from Mathilda. Will we see the takedown? Does find Jordan's Empire there, but it's going to be traded out immediately by the hands of Yue here as Blueberry is working on that bot side tower.
It was a trade. Was it really good trade that they do lose a turret for the side of Barrenlands? Kind of an early tower trade, but speaking about tower trade,
Daytona's welcome is going to lead to another kill into the hands of Don Yu, and the marksman for Agelta is 4-0-1. This 1-1 is definitely online, and this is not looking good if you're the side of Barrenlands.
yeah, so definitely has to come online now with these team fights. We do have to start hyper-focusing that 1-1, right? They did already lose a turtle, or I'm sorry, not turtle, a turret 5 minutes in, so definitely a little bit already disadvantaged. Looks like they're also going to siege that mid lane, so definitely not looking too hot now for the side of Barrenlands. They are losing turrets, they're losing these team fights. But speaking about team fights,
The Numian Blast only going to find 1 member. They're not going to lead to anything important. No good setup for the side of Barrenlands. Kokomi right now enforcing his will. Daytona's welcome. He's going to go ahead and greet the members of Barrenlands with that, but hang on. Retaliation, rule manipulation, and the energy eruption from Frederick taking him low. As Raiden's going to take down Demon with the Xavier, but look at Blueberry in the bush with the Brave Fighter stance and Raging Slash, trying to find a pick off there. Not going to be able to get a kill, but Agelta Drylands focusing on that turtle will find the next neutral.
yeah, but speaking about next neutral, I do see the Walnut did start shoving lanes now, right? She is being able to push up these turrets. She has the items to do so. She has the mobility to kind of bounce around and skip around the Moskov and kind of avoid all his spears here. So no damage isn't really being taken for that 1-1, but Barrenlands does have to has to really start focusing here, right? It is about to be a 10-minute hit mark, and that's when the most power spikes happen, right? We do know that Eve is gonna start to scale, but the thing is, the Wawa's already too deep into the scaling phase. 10 minutes in, and she's already 4-0, but looking like a possible clash down here, Deku.
It does look like indeed a lot of contact being made between the teams. Keep an eye on the Numian Blast. Only going to find one member there. Daytona's welcome as Raiden's going to find Demon, and now Raiden's going to pick up a double kill, taking down Grok, Raging Slash, taking the Coco dangerously low, but hang on here, Yue going in for the stun, almost getting punished. We're going to be able to disappear from that fight, but they've already lost a lot of numbers, right? 2 members down. On the side of Barrenlands, a tower being taken out by the side of Agelta there, and right now, they're increasing this economy on their side, definitely putting Barrenlands on the back end of this match.
Goldie now coming in from the side of Agelta, but I don't know if Barren can come online, right? We do already have that Wombat scaling, almost sitting at 10k gold. 10 minutes in, that's she's pretty much farmed 1k per minute here, but I see a possible clutch coming here, Deku.
Another one indeed. A dawning light from Xavier is going to find Nicolette, the mid laner for Barrenlands. That's going to spell trouble. Daytona's welcome. Disconnected as Demon is going deep to the backline, but he's all alone. Going to fall to the hands of Kokomi. Now Jordan's Empire here being slowly chipped away at Agelta, slowly chipping away at the towers on the side of Barrenlands. All that's left are these inhibitors, and we've only crossed right under the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, with that being said, 10-minute mark with a 10k gold gap sitting in from the side of Agelta definitely has an upgrade advantage. Looks like it snowballed a little bit too fast, but don't get me wrong, there is always time to pick up on these mistakes, right? We do see mistakes always can save the game, and it can always be flipped over in a matter of seconds. But we do see I mean, there's not too much going on right now. They're just trying to take all the economy as much as they can while Agelta is starting this neutral objective lord, but we're gonna have to see, right? They don't have any turrets in their favor. They have no waves in their favor as well, and not having any of those waves being pushed up, right, doesn't give them too much of an advantage. And I do see Barrenlands kind of trying to see if they can do something here, but I'd be careful. But speaking about being careful,
we'll see them with the engagement. Look for the counter. A Numian Blast going backwards from Yue. And now the return from the side of Agelta here. They're trying to go ahead and swing back on this fight. Keep an eye on Ganyu. Unlock the crossbow. Tang found one, looking for 2. Is going to have the ultimate stop here, but 2 members already down from the side of Barrenlands, only with 1 being taken out from the side of Agelta. They're going to look to maybe press this. Now here comes the Daytona's welcome on the Grok. Will be able to snatch him back, rock up against the wall here. This Raider's going to be able to take him down with this Xavier. A little bit of recall spam coming in from Blue Bay to feel confident. Here's the Lord, another Dawning Light taking him low, and they're going to focus in on this Nexus. Ganyu, a couple auto attacks, and that's going to be a win for Agelta to even up this series.
Even of the series indeed. Now we did see an easy sweep coming in from the first game, but looks like good response coming in from the side of Agelta, right? I do see that Wama locked in the MVP, very well deserved MVP, right? Was able to lock in those early game kills, which just helped snowball that 1-1 into the victory here. They did snatch that crown for that second match. Looks like we're going to be here for a little bit longer to see who does take the crown home now, right? But speaking about crown home, I do see a lot of turret pushing coming in from 1-1, 57% coming online, but look at their team fight participation. Everybody was rotating, everybody was online, being able to kind of help support that 1-1, even though she's not up there with a lot of hero damage. She was up there trying to push these turrets, trying to make sure that their team is fronting for this 1-1 to be able to proc her crossbow tank. But unfortunately for the side of Barren, right, they did end up not being able to snowball their marksman. So unfortunately the marksman did not have way too much damage. Mage was doing okay, right, in the mid lane. They were stalling Xavier's minions a little bit. I don't know if you guys saw that, but with that being said, it just started to snowball, unfortunately, for the side of Barren. But congratulations, Agelta, you did deserve this win. I will see you in the next match.
Definitely going to see them in the next match. Indeed, an insane game to even out the series. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. This is a best of 3 in Agelta, coming back after having a hard time against the Blacklist composition for Game 1. Is going to even out the scoreboard in Game 2 to take us on to a 3rd match to close out this series, as both of these teams are competing in the semifinals to place in a spot for the grand finals to close out today. That's right, today we are hosting the Faction Cup. This is a tournament hosted by the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy and the Mobile Legends North American Discord server. live on the YouTube channels of the MLSA and MLBB NA. So I appreciate everybody tuning in. A little bit of a look at the schedule so far. We've seen Series 1 in the semifinals. Minoan Empire up against Special Faction best of 3. And Minoan Empire able to close it out with a sweep. And now on to Series 2. A win on both sides of the table in the Land of the Dawn today for Barren Lands and Agelta Drylands, taking us to a Game 3. And this is what we love to see. We definitely don't want to see one-sided stories, but we want to see these neck-and-neck engagements down to the wire. And that is what both teams are bringing to the table today for the last match of the semifinals and the closeout today. The winner of this series for Series 2 will be going up against Minoan Empire in the finals for a best of 3 to claim the title of the #1 faction in North America for the Land of the Dawn. So we appreciate everybody tuning in. Don't go anywhere as both these teams are getting ready to embark inside of the match for the final game of the day for Series 2 and to move on to the grand finals. We'll be right back with you guys momentarily for Match 3.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. We are currently hosting the Faction Cup, a tournament organized by the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North American Discord server and hosted by the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy live on the MLSA YouTube channel and the MLBB NA YouTube channel as well. So we appreciate everybody tuning in, and we've seen some insane matches so far. Currently, we are on the semifinals, part 2, as we are seeing Agelta Drylands going up against the Barren Lands, both of them 1-1 on the board, and currently embarking into the draft to close out this series and claim their spot in the finals against the Minoan Empire. We have two amazing casters on the desk. Coach Deku, do you even breathe? Handling the play-by-play and joined for the analysts to break down these keys to victory and items. We do have Master Rim to kind of pave that way. How you guys doing today?
I'm doing great, Weezy. Seeing a strong second match, right? And now in this best of 3, everything's 1-1. Basically got to reset this, treat this like a best of 1, because this is the final chance, right? To be able to take this series in between these two very strong, structured rosters here in the Faction Cup. But that being said, though, Rim, how are you feeling as we are moving into this final match ahead of the finals?
Feeling great. I'm feeling hyped, right? I feel like I'm not watching Mobile Legends Bang Bang. I'm watching a blockbuster action film, right? But speaking of action, we do see a lot of things capable of making action happen in the Land of the Dawn being banned out here, right? A beautiful answer to those struggles that from last game, right? We do see them taking off the 1-1 there for the side of Agelta, which gave them a little bit of pressure. They couldn't really have an answer for it. And she's just one of those ADCs that is it. Even though she has counters, in order to execute those counters perfectly, you have a lot of things that you have to set up for, which kind of makes it a little more jarring for your team, right? But speaking of things being made jarring for your team, the side of Agelta, they're banning out that clue, but picking up that joy which was left open. And that's the thing, right? The current meta that we're in, there's so much strong heroes to ban out and so much prio picks as well in response to those picks that's left open. And we see that happening right now, right? With UA locking in that Kaja, the perfect answer for that joy. As we all know, suppression is one of the only CCs that is instantly able to stop her in her tracks while she's trying to, get the rhythm and set the groove for her team to be able to put in those steps right behind her, right? We did see again Nicolette locking in that Eve. It was a little rocky last game, but we can't discount her, right? She's one of the top mages in North America. She has the positioning to be able to execute this Eve and use her to her full potential. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this match is going to play out from this draft so far.
You're definitely interested and definitely ready to see how it's going to play out. Just like you said, in between these two teams, it's like we're going for a little more of these poke and burst champions, right? The Eve and the Xavier matchup again. You saw how that went over into Xavier's favor last match. Definitely overpowered Nicolette in the mid lane. Now we got the Ganyu with this Clint after they ban out the Wan. A smart respect man over the Ganyu, who's, if you don't know, actually are a very strong Wan player. You've seen him perform in the leagues like NASL and able to take down his opponents with that Wan. So a very smart ban coming out from Barren up against Ganyu here in the gold lane. But they do let the Joy walk. Now that's something that is a little scary. We've seen the Joy time and time again when it's let free, be able to get into these back lines and dish out a lot of damage to these enemies' composition. There's not many answers for Joy. I see they have the Kaja with the Divine Judgment, but a Kaja is going to have a hard time catching a Joy that's really online with that mobility, very quick with the beats and the feats. So I don't know if UA will be able to catch this Joy that's something like a fly, like a gnat, just very annoying, just flying around and hovering around, doing anything to annoy the enemy composition.
Absolutely. And to add on to that mobility that she already has, right? Them locking into Xavier again is going to be able to boost that momentum, that speed up that he can provide. And not only providing that speed up, but also to immobilize, to make it easier for the Joy to be able to burst them down. But speaking of burst, they have a lot of bursts coming in that late game, right? Them locking in that Clint as well, right? He is able to poke from a distance and still not really be punished for it too much. Now, they did lose in that mid lane matchup against the Xavier and the Eve. And I want to go back and say that's probably because of the draft, right? They did have the front line to be able to make this Xavier pop off, right? Last game they had the Barats to be able to tank some of that damage coming in. But in this game, right, looking at their draft so far, they don't have that frontline presence coming in. So if the right side is able to secure a frontline jungler here, right, and then depending on the ADC of choice, it would be very difficult for this Xavier, right? They could even be risky and lock in something like the Lunox or the Harith in that gold lane, right? So that is still an option to have an answer for this Xavier as well. So that's something to keep in mind, right? We are seeing the red side hovering over some jungles here. I'd be very impressed if they decide to go in for this Roger pick. I doubt it. I think they're just trying to tease us right now. They definitely need some more frontline presence, right? That Kaja alone is not going to be able to get that job done against that Joy, like you mentioned, right? You also need someone who's able to pressure this Xavier as well as this Clint, right? The Lolita as well is still open. So there's options. And like I said, they locked in that Lunox, most likely going to be slotted into that gold lane. And I love that pick for the red side coming in here.
Definitely a strong pick, definitely offering in a lot of burst. Can not only deal with the Joy, right, as far as damage that can really take down Blueberry, but also a great pickup to deal with Raiden as well. On that Xavier, he's very immobile. And in those team fights, Lunox can obviously go for those flashy plays things like the Ruby DD to really get in there and take down this mage. And not only him, right, you combine that up with the power of Jordan's Empire on this Lapu Lapu, and now with this Ling that has been locked into the hands of Demon, and you get yourself a recipe for success to deal with the backline from the opposing side. But the Estus has been unleashed as well. We've seen the Estus earlier on in the series and see how effective that was. So let's see how this is going to match up. On paper, there's a lot of things going right and wrong for both of these drafts. It's going to definitely come down to the level of execution. But if I had to give it to anyone, I feel like I might start to give it over to the side of Barren here. I feel like the aggression that they have will be able to do them pretty well up against this composition that they are facing with. But what are you thinking, Rem, as far as the draft?
I'm really split on it, right? Because it's like you said, there's a lot of answers coming in on both sides in terms of counters. But like I said, it's always going to come down to execution. But if we look solely at the draft, I think I'm going to have to give it to Agelta here. And that's because they have the front line coming in from this Akai, right? They have the heavy spin, and they also have the blessing of the moon goddess coming in from Estes here, right? But they also do have Raiden on this Xavier that's able to boost to that utility as well as movement boost and enhancements, plus the damage that he has, right? Looking at how it's going to go for that late game. If Agelta is able to farm and scale into that late game, that Xavier's poke as well as the poke coming in from Choi, like we see right now, is going to be detrimental.
And that's an early rotation for Blueberry on this Joy. Not just early, but very deep. Crossing over that mid-river, that's pretty far from an XP laner, but making it profit, finding a lot of damage. Not going to stop there. They're going to force the flicker from Jordan's Empire on this Lapu right after the 1 minute mark, and that's major utility being used by this Lapu.
And that's the thing, right? Like I said, when he opens and picks like Joy and this Xavier, we see how the poke is just going to continue. It's only going to go up from here, right? Like we said, we're only 1 minute and 30 seconds into the game. We haven't even seen the first clash here in the turtle, and it's already in favor of Agelta Drylands here, right? But speaking of things being in favor, Ling was able to secure that gold crab, and he's going to go ahead and disengage. I like the heavy presence that I'm seeing from the side of Agelta. And speaking of presence,
we are seeing now Blueberry on that Joy does pick up the first blood on Yue, gonna take down the Kaja, get refilled up by Jans on this Estes. That's a huge pickup for the side of Agelta, striking first blood on the map. And now starting up this turtle, they are just going to leave it in the pit, not even going to pull it as you normally would see. It's going to sit right in the middle of it. There goes Jordan, though. Not going to let it go for free, and neither is Demon, as he's going to pick that up, going to sneak that right out of the hands of this Akai. So Barrenlands answering back on this neutral.
but there we go, Joy giving them the beats again.
It is going on the beats. The music has been unleashed, but not going to find the kill this time. Jordan Empire is going to be able to survive that clash. And a Dawning Light coming out, though. We're trying to find him there in the bot side, trying to help Blueberry out. Be interesting to see if he'll go for anything there. Looks like he's going to go ahead and back away, but here comes Demon on the Ling, and Blueberry is low. Here comes Tempest of Blade. He's going to find the kill, the jungler, Demon, from Drylands, able to find a response in that XP lane and relieving a little bit of pressure on Jordan.
Super sad day for Joy, right? In fact, a total opposite, but she's still almost being able to build into that genius wand, right? We are seeing she's going to possibly pick up that item or that glowing wand based on the item components here. But speaking of components, we are seeing the Barren with that heavy pressure in that gold lane. But Agelta's be able to read it out, right? They know it's too quiet, and then they just got that vision there from that Xavier's first skill, right? So a lot of smart plays coming in from these teams there. But speaking of smart plays up in the top,
we are seeing a little bit of conflict here, but are we going to see a resolution? Both of these teams, like you said, heavy presence in that gold lane. Either wrong move from the side would have initiated a team fight, but it's like they're going to be wise and kind of just back away. As now we are getting ready for a turtle to spawn up in less than 30 seconds. Ling Blue coming in 10 seconds. So some important things to go ahead and get ready to pick up from both of these compositions. They're going to go ahead and migrate away from the gold lane and down to this bottom side of the map.
Speaking of things to be picked up, I want to see the side of Barren building some magic defense in this early phase of the game, right? We do see Nico locking in that clock of destiny, which is going to help her have an easier time scaling in this old lane. But speaking of having an easy time,
a flicker raging slash from Jordan's Empire is going to lead to the mid lane for Agelta to be taken down. Raiden will be out of this fight, but here comes a heavy spin from Akai trying to trade this out. But they don't have the damage yet to stack up and find that kill. Jordan's going to walk away with that for free. But speaking of free, Joy's music subscription is going to get shut down as UA is going to find the kill on him. And now Drylands has the opportunity to go ahead and shift their focus over to this turtle. But it looks like Demon wants to go ahead and punish the death of the members from his side of Agelta. He's going to go ahead and pick up that blue buff, and now they will go ahead and focus their attention over to the turtle. But speaking of attention, Akai getting a lot of it as Kokomi is finding that the side of Barrenlands will go for the attack, and now here comes Ling popping the Tempest of Blade underneath the tower, gets dropped low, and that's going to facilitate a kill into the hands of Nicolette. But here comes Joy one more time to push that mixtape into the face of Barrenlands. They're going to listen to it, and they have no choice as Blueberry is going to take down Nicolette there, the mid laner, and then another kill as well as Raiden will find a member, finds Lapu with that Mystic Field, and now Barrenlands giving up a little bit after finding a lot over in the jungle from the side of Agelta.
it just comes back to discipline, right? Go for these objective gameplays. Looking at their team composition, they have the ability to secure these pickoffs in the early game aggression. And speaking of the pickoffs in early game aggression,
a divine judgment, but the judge, jury, and executioner coming down from this. Xavier will take down Yue with the fight's not over. A heavy spin, but a Tempest of Blade, slippery demon on this Ling, able to get out of that stun. But here comes Lapu, another rating slash. The Moonlight of God blessing, not really able to help him there. He will be forced on that flicker. Maryland is punishing the side of Agelta and all these team fights, like we said, with that aggression that they do have.
They can afford to do it, right? They do have a lot of their disposal, which I think is why we both agreed that we favored their draft, right? And things that they are able to offer. We are seeing Joy already locking in that Genius Wand. She's going to be able to deal a lot more damage, and we aren't seeing any magic damage, magic defense coming in from the side of Drylands, right? Which you would think we need some of this, and we need to prioritize this item route in this early game. But no, they're still going for the damage. We are seeing Lapu locking in that Bloodlust Axe. But speaking of Bloodlust,
it's not the only thing we're seeing. Is Demon's going to find one Tempest of Blaze to go ahead and try to find two. Will pick up a kill on the Estes. Heavy spin from Akai is not going to help them as they're looking to find another. Nicolette is going to take down Kokomi. That's 3 members down within a matter of seconds. For the side of Agelta, Drylands, like we said, Barrenlands imposing their will, using that early aggression. But hang on here. Blueberry is finding an opportunity on the opposite side of the map. This is an XP all the way to the other side, but there goes the Coco, the Lunards. We talked about the burst that is available. They're going to make Joy turn around, narrowly escaping. But not just that, they're going to find this tower as the Dawning Light goes out. But hold up, Ling did find Blueberry off the camera there, trying to go for the recall. Barrenland's able to find these opportunities and find these pickoffs, and that's exactly what they need to keep the snowball going for the side of Barren.
speaking of snow, we are seeing you pick up that Ice Queen wand, and that's just going to add so much more utility to the side of Barrenlands, right? And as like I said, I want to see some more magic defense coming up from both sides. Barrenlands has the Lunox, they have the Eve, they have the Kaja as well, right? There's 3 sources of magic damage coming in. And the side of Agelta, they have the Joy, they have Raiden. Now, I want to take a moment to talk about win conditions. For Agelta to win these team fights, they have to use the poke that they're able to dish out first. They're not able to just go in and burst. They have a poke composition. But speaking of poking, we are seeing a conceal play.
We are seeing the action unfold. The rural manipulation is going to punish Ganyu. Jan's not able to save him, even while holding hands underneath the tower. And Mystic Field from Raiden, though, trying to catch Nicolette. Now, the backside, heavy spin from Akai, but a brilliance from Lunux, and that's what you get with that kind of pick, as Ling has entered into the tower with the Tempest of Blades, tried to find a Raiden, isn't able to find the kill, not able to find the mark. The Coco low, and Raiden is going to go ahead and take him out. The killing spree from the mid laner from Agelta, able to find the mark on the Coco.
Right, and speaking of finding a mark there, Lapu was able to secure that tower in the bot side. And I like what I'm seeing from both EXP laners. Even though Joy has been a lot more present than he has in this early game, he is still securing these objectives and being able to still think, objective based, like I said, right? He's being able to open up the map a little bit. The side of Agelta, they don't have their top side tower or their bot side tower, but they still have the tower in the mid game. So speaking of, we are seeing them poking, and that's what I said, right? That's one of their win conditions here in this game. They have to be able to utilize the vision that Estes as well as this Xavier is able to provide, right? Estes can use his second skill in the bushes to provide some vision to, anti some of those ganks, and Xavier as well. I would like to see, but speaking of things,
we are seeing the fight unfold here in the mid lane one more time as Raiden has been taken out. Tempest Blade and Brave Fighter stance. The combination with Barren Lands are trying to find a kill. Double kill falling to the hands of Demon on this lane. Will be traded out by the Clint, but immediately turned right back out by this Lunux as Barren Land has won this trade 3-1 in the favor of Barren. But hang on, a heavy spin from Akai. Trying to find the focus, finds the Coco here. Blueberry trying to join in with the Joy, not able to find a response pick though. So yes, Barren Lands walking away with a numerous advantage in that team fight.
and it's like I said, right? They have to utilize the vision. But speaking of vision,
a major Dawning Light and Joy trying to find a kill, but not going to be able to get that done as the Coco on the Lunux does go ahead and punish him for that dive.
now that would have been a beautiful execution in every sense of the word if they were able to secure that triple kill, right? But unfortunately, they weren't able to, right? But like I said, Barren Lands, they have a lot going for them. They have UA on this Kaja, and he's playing this Kaja really well, right? He said, y'all took my Estes, I'm gonna, punish y'all for that. And they're not really having an answer for it, right? Barren Lands is using their burst composition, and that's what you get, right? Going up against a poke comp, we are seeing them both poking at each other as they try to secure this Lord.
Lord being pulled by the side of Barren Lands. They're going to go ahead and make it reset as now the members of Agelta, they're stacking up. Look, Kokomi is going to take this opportunity, but look, it can still play from UA, finds the Divine Judgment onto Blueberry. Jordan's going to be quickly bursted out by the Lunux, and Jordan's Empire now looking to split the fight, has the attention of the back line, trying to rage and slash up out of the mix. So Kokomi dropped low on the Akai. Lord's going to be picked up by Demon. He's going to look for more. He's going to look for Kokomi here. Tempest of Blades going out. One more sword. He'll be able to take that. Ganyu trying to apply that damage, but it's a little too late. And here comes the dive. That's the Ruby DD that we were talking about earlier on from the Lunux, able to facilitate a kill into Demon. But look at Lapu Lapu, look at Jordan's Empire, able to find one more kill. So he's going to be traded out though by Raiden on this Xavier, but the damage has already been done. A Lord picked up by Barren, and a lot of members on the side of Agelta taken out in the midst of all that action.
Indeed, it's like I said, right? It's not like we're watching Mobile Legends here. We're all in the cinema watching some blockbuster film, right? But we are seeing some things being picked up here. Xavier was able to secure that lightning truncheon, but speaking of lightning,
another Tempest of Blade from Demon as he's on Demon timing, finding a kill onto Raiden here. Really the only member from the side of Agelta keeping them in this game. Real world manipulation and the stack from the Dark Chaos Assault from this Lunux, almost able to take out Blueberry, but he's nearly going to escape as Agelta is going to answer into this Lord and find a way to take that down. Looks like Barren Lands may be looking for this mid-tower push. They do have the Eve, right? They do have a couple members of Divine Judgment and the Chaos Assault from the Coco, looking to take out a Kai. Moonlight of God Blessing able to save him. Now Kokomi maybe looking for another trade, but no, here comes Blueberry. They're going to quickly turn around, though. Knows how this goes. So now Barren is looking to take over some space in the jungle. Obviously looking for an opportunity here. They aren't going to back away just yet. Still keeping a lot of occupied space on the side of Agelta's map.
see, and it's like I said, right? You mentioned that the Xavier, he did lose up against that Eve in the previous game, and that was because of the frontline presence. But speaking of frontline presence,
Jordan Empire, front line of the year, able to find Ganyu, find Clint, a major important piece on the side of Agelta, but one more will be taken out by the hands of Nicoletta. Kai has been exited off the battlefield. That's 2 picks now for the side of Barren Lands, only losing Demon in the midst of that, so a 2-for-1 trade in their favor. And Barren Lands, like the rest of these fights, has walked away with the advantage, but hang on here. Look at Blueberry trying to make something happen here. We haven't heard much music, and that's probably a reason right there. The Divine Judgment, and now a little bit of Dark from the side of Lunux. Are they going to be able to burst them out? The music has stopped, and now Jan's trying to help him get out of the fight, but he might be put in a bad position. Going to be forced to flicker here. Mystic Field onto Lapu Lapu, Dawning Light onto 3 members. Not going to do enough damage to take anyone down, but real world manipulation is dropping on Jens, dropping on Estes, and now dropping on Ganyu on the Clint flicker from UA. A little bit of a misplay. I don't know how much damage he thinks he does. You're playing support, Taja, not XP, buddy. There's no damage in your kit to be able to make that happen. Darling Light from this Xavier going out for the bush on Lummox, but here comes the heavy spin, trying to pin Lapu Lapu. It's not going to go their way, but hang on here. Blueberry finally finding the opportunity, finds one, but isn't going to find two, and the Coco is going to take him down once again for another tower dive.
Man, these teams are constantly clashing it out, right? But speaking of clashing it out, beautiful read coming in from Lunox there, being able to sense that that dawning light was going to come out, right? He's definitely online at this point. He has secured his core items with that Clock of Destiny, the Lightning, as well as that Divine Glaive for that magical penetration, right? He does have the Enchanted Talisman to be able to spam his skills to make work of his passive coming in there, right? Speaking of, we are seeing Estes here building in a lot of magic defense, it was just smart, right? The burst coming in from that Lunox as well as that heave there is definitely what's keeping Barren in check, right? We are seeing the combinations with Yue on this Kaja, that Divine Judgment, being able to stop Joy in her tracks, to have Nicolette there, be able to help burst her down with Nico on this Lunox, right? So we are seeing them getting ready for this Lord fight, but Barrenlands are ready to respond.
They are, and we're seeing Kokomi here landing the headbutt on UA. Not going to use that to go ahead and pick him up. Speaking of pickups, UA does find the fleeting time on this Kaja, looking to use that Divine Judgment a little more than once in these team fights, because both of these teams are keeping their eye on this Lord. It's the major objective on the map right now, and Agelta could definitely use that to go ahead and open up as they are down in towers. But hang on here, Kokomi over the wall, members close behind him. They're definitely looking for a setup here. They definitely want to pick by the side of Kokomi with that heavy spin, but will they be able to find the mark in time before Barrenlands will respond, as now they have the XP lane pressure in their favor?
That just goes to show, right? Because like I said, even though Joy has had more of that presence in these team fights, the Lapu Lapu is always applying pressure in these lanes, right? But speaking of applying pressure, we are seeing Ling just flying around the map, zooming there. What she's capable of doing, right? We did see some defense items being picked up here. Kokome being able to slot in that immortality, right? Those at this point in the game, we're heading to that late game, right? We're almost 17 minutes in, and that immortality is gonna definitely help with these push checks, as even these tanks are able to be bursted. We are seeing a concealed play coming in.
And keep your eyes on the Akai finds a head, but they're going to look to take out Yue here. That would be a great pickup, but no, they're not able to find it. And the Coco is bursting down. Kokomi, immortality is popped, and they're looking to punish this. Real world manipulation has been set in. Demon with the Ling, not going to be able to find a kill, but Jordan is going to find the Akai after he was bursted down by the Coco on that Lunox at the start of that team fight. Sentry going out, but you know where they are. You already got eyes on them. They're taking out one of your members. Barrenlands has the 1-0 advantage in that trade. And now it is a 5v4, but really a 6v4, because there's still an enhanced lore on the bot side. They've worked onto that mid tower, and now Agelta is trying to respond. They're trying to clear out this lord in time, but now Barrenlands is grouping up on it. Here comes Jordan Empire. Brave Fighter stance has been entered in. They're going to look for the siege. That is a tower down. A flicker stuff from the Lapu. Going to find two Raging Slashes. Going to force the Moonlight of God Blessing. With the real world manipulation has came into play. Here comes Joy trying to make a play, but they're going to get taken down by Lapu Lapu. Ward is getting bursted down very low. The Nexus is being taken low as well, but hang on here. Barrenlands might be able to end. That's the case. Tips away from Demon. He's going to be taken out though by the Clint, and now they're being punished by the side of Barrenlands. Overstaying their welcome. Raiden going to snipe him down, and they can turn this fight around. They have 4 members. They've taken out 3. This is definitely the perfect opportunity for them to maybe even up these lanes, maybe find some towers. Barrenlands has made a costly mistake on that push.
That's just one of the downsides to the drop, right? They did lock in that Lunox. They are missing that physical tower damage dealer, right? The only person that's capable of doing that for them right now is Jordan's Empire on this Lapu Lapu, and that's not really his job as a fighter, right? But speaking of, we're seeing Clint here picking up that wind of nature. That Ling is definitely focusing him. So that's a smart item choice for him, right? He's full build. He has the critical damage as well as the true damage coming in. Joy. She has the sustainability as well as the magic damage coming in at her side, right? Estes, he has the sustainability and that boosted healing coming in from that Oracle being picked up on his side there, right? But answers to that are being made on the side of Barrenlands. We do have some dominance ices on the board as well as that necklace coming in from Eve, right? Which, like I mentioned in the previous game, I would have liked to see the Eve pick up as a response to that Estes, which they didn't. And she's helping to keep them at bay, right? I do think that the side of Barrenland needs some immortalities here. Speaking of immortality,
that is a heavy spin on the Coco here. Will they be able to find the killer? Winter Trunch is going to starve off the damage. Tempest of Blade and the Brave Fighter stands for Lapu Lapu. They found Ganyu. The back line is being taken out by the side of Agelta. Xavier and Clint have been exited as a fight, but Blueberry doing the same. Is finding Eve and finding the Lunox. But now Jan's in an uncomfortable position. It's just Blueberry all around here. The ultimate has already been used. Vengeance is being popped there. Finds one more. Triple kill to the hands of Joy. And right now, Blueberry finally, after a very, very long game of unfortunate and unsuccessful dives, is kind of coming along here, finding the kills, but a divine judgment onto Blueberry slows him down just a bit. Now the stuff from Jordan's Empire, they're good. Gonna pop the immortality, but Blueberry is now back onto the map, back online with the dashes. Is gonna find one more. UA Blueberry is able to find these kills for the side of Agelta. He's been getting the work done, but look at the minions, look at the base. There's a lot of them, and Lapu Lapu knows it. He's gonna try to clear this out with the Brave Fighter stance, and now he's locking onto the tower. Blueberry's not gonna be able to stop him. He's overpowered. As Lapu is gonna take the match for Barren. They're gonna take the series.
oh my God, they're beautiful. Gameplays coming in from that Lapu. Now I know before he did push that tower, I said pushing the tower is not his job, even though he's the only one capable of doing that, right? But I guess it was his job, and he was able to secure this win from them, right? Looking at these statistics here, we are seeing, like I said, he wasn't in the team fights as much as the Joy, as she did have him beat out there in terms of team fight participation, but he was able to push those towers and be able to constantly keep that lane busy in order for the rest of his team to engage, right? Looking at their team fight participation, we are seeing a very average composition here in terms of percentages, but looking at the damage being dished out, right? Ganyu on this Clint dealing 74% damage as well as 100% tower damage for his team. But like I said, even though he does have that 100%, that 47% coming from Lapu Lapu is what actually mattered this game.
Definitely a good game indeed, and a beautiful way to close out Series 2 and the semifinals as Barrenlands prevails, taking out Agelta Drylands, and that is going to complete the semifinals. And ladies and gentlemen, we are hosting the Faction Cup. This is a tournament from the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North American Discord server, partnered with the MLSA to host on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel and the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America YouTube channel. So I appreciate you guys tuning in an insane match to take us all the way to Game 3 for Series 2. A little bit of a look at the schedule today. We did see the Moniyan Empire go up against Special Faction for the first series of the semifinals. Moniyan paving the way with a sweep to move on to the grand finals. And now Barrenlands against Agelta Drylands. We were able to see Barrenlands close it out all the way up into a Game 3, 2-1. And now we're going to be seeing the Moniyan Empire go up against Barrenlands for the grand finals in a best of 3. We appreciate everybody tuning in. Hopefully we've been putting on an amazing show, just as these teams have been putting on amazing series. But the grand finals is right around the corner, so definitely don't go nowhere. We'll be right back with you guys as these teams are embarking to get back in the Land of the Dawn and earn the title as the best faction in North America. We'll be right back with you guys momentarily.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this shit just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of simmering gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And the game's ticking, and you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it better. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of simmering gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me. You know don't never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of saving God. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and we are hosting the Faction Cup, and we are currently on the Grand Finals. The MLSA has partnered up with the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North American Discord server to host a Faction Cup where 8 factions in North America are claiming that spot, trying to earn that title for the best faction in the Land of the Dawn. And currently looking at today's schedule, we did see the Moniyan Empires, the special faction, go up in a best of 3 for the first part of the semifinals. Moniyan Empire able to prevail and move on to the grand finals, where they're currently ready to go up against Barren Lands, who competed against Agelta Drylands for the Series 2 second part of the semifinals, prevailing with the 2-1 match, taking it all the way to a Game 3. And now, with both teams ready, Moniyan Empire going up against the Barren Lands. The question is, who will prevail? As this is the grand final, and both of these teams are ready, currently embarked inside of the draft. Joined with me on the desk, I have Eunice for the analyst and keys to victory and all these endpoint items, and I will be handling the play-by-play. How you doing today, Eunice?
And okay, and yourself?
I'm doing great, but looks like these teams are doing better as they're already locking in the first phase of the draft. We are already seeing Potato again with that comfort pick on that Sicilian with the dynamic duo stacked up with Carmilla, and it looks like they are going to slot in that Ruby for some additional CC as a possible XP lane.
And I mean, you and I were there, right? We did see the Sicilian. I mean, I was barely able to talk that game because, man, Potato was doing in some work with that Sicilian. So definitely want to see what they have in stock here against this new team that they're going to face. Mind you, this is Grand Finals. This is the last. Is this BO5?
This is best of 3.
Yeah. Oh, this is best of 3. Okay. So this is the last 3, potentially maybe 2 if it happens to be a sweep, but I do know all sides of the red side, but for Barren, but for Moniyan, I only saw a lot of team fights, right? I was there, and the comfort pick coming from Potato, right? He did lock in that Sicilian for both games and was able to just destroy the back line. So definitely have to see what's in stock for the side of Barren here. But I do see a Kaja, Gushin, and Carry slotted in. So they did let go of that ban on that Carry. And we all know that Carry starts to melt everybody late game, right? But we do have to be careful, though. They do have a Sicilian drafted. So Carry can't really get too close up in Sicilian's face before she is the one that gets bursted down, right? But speaking about bursted down, I do see Eve getting banned along with the 1-1 and the Beatrix, right? So they're trying to ban out all the marksmen and limiting their marksman pool. For the side of Moniyan, I do see mages getting banned for the side of Moniyan up against Barren. They do know that there's Nicolette there, right? Nicolette is a very well-known mage. Very, very flexible pool when it comes to mages. I do see a Chow getting locked in for the side of Jordan. So a lot of single target CCs, probably to knock out that Sicilian and being able to rush their backline. And we all know the Sicilian's pretty dangerous when it comes to that late game. But speaking of late game, I do see a a potential Fanny getting locked in. I do see Maldrita hovering over that Fanny, so maybe it's a potential lock. I do not know what Asian dude has in stock for him today. I do not. They're missing a marksman, but they did ban out the Beatrix and the 1-1, but it looks like they're hovering over Leslie now. So we're definitely gonna have to see what their draft and what their thought process is here, because they do have good team fight composition right now. But for the side of Barren, they do have that, but they slotted in a Harley. Very interesting pick, but Harley is a menace against these really squishy heroes, so especially that carry might be in a little bit of danger along with that Gujin. We both know that those two do a lot of damage, but very squishy. Now, before I get into the lane phase, before we hop into the Land of the Dawn, Wheezy, looking at this draft, right, aside from all the player stats and player pools and how they play, right, as a team, just book-wise, if you had to pick a comp, right, just looking at these two very strong high elo teams here, which side are you favoring?
Now, this is an interesting draft for both sides, but the Minoan Empire has a lot more stronger frontline presence with that Ruby and that Carmilla. Now, the Harley, I'm wondering how it's going to really play off. You do have that cause to be able to grab Harley up when he does get up close and personal. But the later the game goes, they have the Sicilian to work in their favor. So I'm definitely leaning more toward the side of the Minoan Empire drafting-wise. But in terms of micro and macro, I mean, we've seen Barrenlands just kind of dominate, especially in Series 2. So we know they have the pro players who have competed all in events for official North American servers, such as the NACTs. And I think it's going to be that battle of synergy versus the battle of a well-played draft on the opposing side. But I'm definitely going more to the side of Minoan Empire. Also, everybody in the stream, going to extend this question over to you. Who are you guys voting for in the draft today for the first match of the grand finals as the polls are up? It looks like everybody is currently voting right now. But I gotta say, if you had to pick one side, Eunice, question going right back to you, a little reverse Uno card, who would you be going for strictly on the books for the draft?
Are we doing this to me? No, I asked you that question. But all right, yeah, so like you said, a lot of macro micro, right? But I do have to pick the micro towards Barren, but macro is still there, but I'm only seeing a lot of macro coming from carry, right? To be able to push up these turrets, but I do see a possible clash down here.
That's right, an invade over on the red buff. Barrenlands being very aggressive can be costly, or they may be able to take a high reward from it as they are taking that red buff, which is going to delay this Harley from getting online in terms of farm. And this is one of the things when you run those wildcard junglers, it can work really well or really bad. And right now, it's not looking too sharp. But speaking of sharp, you do see Gushin rush it in. The last second able to get that kill, bursting down Major Rita for the gold lane. And that's going to give a huge advantage to this carry who surprisingly walked online inside of the draft, and usually that's something you don't see slide, and actually that may sway my opinion in terms of this draft if they are not careful. And here we go again, heavy aggressive nature from Barrenlands going in on the bottom side, trying to pick up a potential another kill, and takes down Potato Hunter's comfort pick of this Sicilian. Carmilla definitely somewhere in the Land of the Dawn right now, wondering what they did to her dynamic duo. And that is 2 kills on the board so far for the side of Barrenlands, leading for the early game.
Hold on, Wheezy. I don't think I pay attention to draft. That's a Benedetta on a mid lane. I did not pay attention. But speaking about paying attention, Wheezy.
You do see the contest over the blue buff. Now Potato getting a kill on that overextension, and that is Cho, who does pay for that aggressive nature, and that is 1 kill for the side of Minoan Empire, and may possibly make it 2 as look at Kaja, overextended, focus has been shifted, now a 3v1 situation. He is going to stay in that clash though, but the Ring of Order may not be enough. Nicolette going to go ahead and kill Potato in the mid lane with this Benedetta mid. You are seeing Ruby pick up the kill onto Kaja in response though, 2-3 on the board. Barrenlands still leading by 1 kill.
Barrenlands draft is more focused on that Gujin, right? Gujin's very squishy, but they need that front, really heavy fronts to be able to pick off that Sicilian. I do see Benedetta running killing spree, so definitely has the advantage to peel that entire backline and just go for the Sicilian. I think that was the purpose of a Benedetta being drafted in the mid lane, but they do have physical and magic, right? They do have that Kaja, they do have that Gujin, being able to proc the magic, so I don't think they're going to be too worried, but Harley is just a little bit behind on farm, and they came in early invading. But speaking of invading,
a lot of utility used on Yue, not able to burst him down. That was Batchfeet's Demon responding back, taking out Carmilla from the bush. And that is another kill for the side of Barrenlands, now leading by 2. And gonna go ahead and try and pick up this neutral objective as they are down their roam. for the side of the Minoan Empire on that Carmilla in the mid lane. Potato being taken down again by Benedetta. Nicolette wasting no time. Yeah, she didn't run your typical mage. Gonna run an assassin instead, but still getting the job done. Taking down that late game mage and denying his presence for the mid lane.
It looks like the turtle did get picked up in the side of Barren, so very easy turtle contest, but we all know that Potato locked the Sicilian, right? But I don't know if it's too much of a comfort pick anymore when Nicolette is just pushing the Sicilian out of that late game phase. They are denying anything that he could possibly get here. But speaking of items, I do see a little core items getting locked in. I do see Gushin already has a core item with same along with that carry, right? Corrosion Sight is locked in. Hunter Strike coming in from the Benedetta, but I do not see any core items coming in on the side of Moniyan, so they do need to come online with this economy, right? They still have some time. They still have time to farm. 3k gold gap coming inside of Barren. 3k gold lead coming inside of Barren. I do see Ruby locked into Hawes Claws, but speaking about Hawes Claws,
you do see a little bit of engagement trying to contest that blue buff again, trying to give Harley the hardest time for the jungle. But speaking of Harley on the bottom side, rushing in deadly magic onto Nikoko. Nicolette gonna go ahead and get a kill, finding Leslie another backline. Took out a mage, now the marksman, and now with the doubles gonna take out another mage. Asian dude has fallen off of the board and into the caster's desk, and that is another kill for Benedetta. A really great game. But speaking of game, Proxy on the bottom side, Nikoko and Demon trying to take these minions. Sanguine Claws by Potato as a response, and they aren't able to clear them out. But look at this carry, already level 7 and already above 1,000 gold on Leslie, and we know how deadly a carry can get, especially toward the mid to late game, as we've seen in M4. Speaking of these picks, did you see the way the Dragon connecting to push Asian dude in, and that is going to guarantee the kill for the side of Barrenlands and the Jordan's Empire. Demon getting a kill onto Potato, having an easier time, and Carmilla shutting down Demon for the over-aggressive play on that dive. Man, 3-9 on the board, and we might be seeing a potential snowball for the side of Barrenlands.
yeah, I think there was a good draft coming in from Nicolette, locking in the Benedetta, but the Kaja also getting locked in, trying to give everybody on the side of Moniyan a really hard time. They do have 3 really squishy heroes, right? The Harley, the Leslie, and the Sicilian. And the thing is, once Sicilian unlocks movement speed, it's hard to get into position. But speaking about position,
Jordan's Empire diving in the way of the Dragon, but too costly, caught by Harley and the Bats Feast, and that is going to be a kill for Minoan Empire. 1 member off the board as Jordan's Empire does fall, but you are seeing Ruby push a turret in on the top side. Tier 1 in the XP lane has fallen. An advantage for Minoan Empire in terms of real estate, but Ring Order going in, Potato getting a shutdown, Yue taking out the Leslie in response, but that was Nicolette who did fall. And right now, both these teams clashing it out, but definitely Barrenlands leading the way. Still putting on that pressure for the bottom side. Battle of Speedy Light Wheels against Potato on the Sicilian and the Bats Impact. And right now, Nikoko is getting all the farm she needs to be that late game menace.
to do an item check. Okay, well, now I can do an item check. Can I see the items before? Oh, never mind. I cannot do that. It looks like a possible clash up here too.
Oh, you said the magic word and they heard it, and now they are going in for the clash. But wait, they're gonna disengage, and we might be able to get in an item check. But Jordan, having other plans, gonna rush into Ruby, the way of the dragon. Electo by Benedetta, still not enough. Ruby gets the kill with the I'm Affinity pulling in Cho. Asian Dude's gonna take out Carrie. Nicolette trying to rush and get a kill, hit with the Bats Feast from Sicilian. Now Bats Impact gonna try and slash him down, but the Bats have other plans, and down goes Nicolette. 3 members off the board, and you are seeing Demon pick up that Lord to be able to try and get some type of a translation from this over-aggressive style that Barrenlands is providing. And now trying to proxy the lanes 2v3, but you are seeing Minoan Empire with some very low HP, and Demon and Yue really wanting these kills. And the question is, can they get it? Sanguine Claws paired with the Bats Impact is gonna force Yue on the retreat.
Yeah, looks like all lanes have been pushed up now, but they did push up that bot turret. 2 turrets down now for the side of Barren, but they do have equal trade now in turrets, so 2-2. Gold gap is 2k around there. But speaking of 2k, the Gushin did pick off that Harley, so the Harley is just having the time of his life, getting invaded starting from minute 1. But speaking about minute 1, Weezy,
the heavy dive, Nicolette's gonna find a way to Leslie. Gushin trying to race her in there for that kill, and now Carmilla left by herself for the bottom side, opening up the red buff. Another objective for the hands of Barrenlands, stealing the farm for the side of the Minoan Empire. And you're seeing Harley have a really hard time engaging, and this is why we said that wild card jungler that was pulled out right now. And you're just seeing the side of Barrenlands have an easier time as Ruby picks up a kill on to Kaja. Carrie's gonna pick up a kill as well to shut down in the top side on one member of Minoan Empire.
Only kind of marking his spot right there. So it looks like a potential clash. There it is.
Oh, I think you said the word item. And they are going in. You are seeing Carry at half HP. Bats Impact going in. Now Nikoko in a very tricky situation. Needs to recall as you do not have enough HP to engage. Gushin rushing in. Possible Incandescence on the way to get all those skills back. He is going to try and burst them down. Potato taking some damage. You do see the flicker in from Cho. The G-Kondo knockup. But now Ruby with some CC of her own. Nicolette picking up a kill is going to take out Leslie on the map on the bottom side. A little bit of an off-scene engagement, and Nicolette just always making a heavy presence for the backline, giving them a difficult time engaging.
Yeah, so a lot of economy is getting taken from Moniyan by Barren. But speaking about these economy, right? They're not getting too much online. The Sicilian's still lacking a lot of stuff here. He did lock in 2 core items, right? So he couldn't start stacking, but the Nicolette on the Benedetta is punishing that Sicilian to not let him scale. Harley is just still sitting at Windtalker and Berserkers. Very interesting build. I don't know what that build is about, but looks like he's trying to do something new here, right? But we can't underestimate Harley. He does end up scaling, but the thing is, can he scale with the limited amount of farm that he has, right? They did start their early invasion, but Moniyan kind of just has to look for these mistakes being made by Barren. They're playing very aggressive early game. But speaking about aggressive,
Demon with the Incandescence, finding Potato, taking out Sicilian, and now Ruby with the I'm Offended, pulling the Coco in. And that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade as Carmilla's able to pick up that kill to respond. Ultimate Sniper by Leslie trying to burst down Nicoletta. You are seeing Demon take some of them shots to be able to negate that damage, and now a possible 2v1. A rush into the turret's going to go ahead and focus it, not rush in for Demon, and they will be able to take that tier 2 for the bottom or top side, and it looks like they are going to continue this engagement. And right now, the side of Minoan Empire on the back foot as Lord is pushing his way for the bottom side, and tier 2 turret has been lost for the mid lane.
yeah, lots of economy losing, lots of objectives lost. But speaking about objectives, Wheezy, I just can't talk today. What is going on?
Well, definitely some fast-paced gameplay from the side of Barren Lance. The Electo goes in and kind of help facilitate taking this inhibitor for the bottom side, but they were able to burst it down. Ultimate Sniper from Leslie onto UA to give some vision for the team. And that's one of the things that Leslie offers. Even when things aren't working in your favor, you still have that vision with the sniper that she holds. Now, one thing about the Gushin, right? He's one of those heroes that can melt down even the beefiest composition, only needing the Genius 1, and already online at 6, 1, and 3. But you do see Divine Adjustment for the suppression, trying to get a kill. I was about to pass it off, and Nikoko have another plan. It's going to take out Ruby.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Like, I every time I try to, I didn't even say item this time, Wheezy. What's going on? What is up with these teams being kill heavy? But can I talk about these items? Can y'all not fight, please? Anyways. All right, we're gonna talk about these items real quick before they do start clashing into this base here. They do see a lot of core items locked in. Carry's almost at full build. I do see Gushin already almost at full build. One item missing. That Genius 1 is locked in, along with that glowing, and so a lot of pen coming in. But Sicilian did lock in that Athena shield to kind of try to see if they can hold off the Gushin, right? But they have to be careful. Their main damage dealer right now is definitely coming from the Sicilian, and Sicilian hasn't been able to stack. But speaking about stack,
The engagement for the inhibitors, but it looks like the side of Barren Lands falling a little short, and the defense from Minoan Empire prevailing.
yeah, so definitely have to get another neutral objective. Laura's coming out in about 20 seconds. I do see Carrie locking in her Thunderbelt to kind of help with her mono regen, right? But from here on out, Moniyan really has to be careful. They're left with their inhibitor turrets. Barren Lands still has all tier turrets up in the mid lane, but lost one on the top and the bot side. So looks like they're gonna capitalize this lore. A lot of ground control coming in from Barren, but Moniyan's just trying to force these lanes. I see Leslie trying to attempt a split push coming in from top to maybe mess up their lanes just a little bit. But I do see in response Nicola pushing up that bot, right? So they're going to have to be really careful with these picks. So Moniyan can either choose to defend, or if they can possibly just get a pick off here. But speaking about pickoffs,
You do see Jordan's Empire being overly aggressive, and it may cost him able to get out in time. Nicolette finding the back line, takes out Harley. Man, some intense micro right now from the assassin in the mid lane, and he is going to go ahead and take the inhibitor for the bottom side. Gushin rushing in, getting out. gonna do some chip damage, and you are seeing that Leslie with the split push on the top side able to find the tier 2 to open up the map and give him a slight favor for that lane as Luminous Lord is making his way on the bottom side.
Tao did cut that lane, Jordan did cut that lane, so all lanes should be somewhat safe except for that top lane. But I do see Nicola trying to go for a potential pick off here.
Delecto going in from Benedetta. Lord crashing into the Nexus here shortly as both teams classing out. Ruby taking out the Cho. Demon taking out the Carmilla, and that is one member from each side off the board. Leslie picking up a kill, taking out Gushin, the jungler for the side of Barren Lands. And now they are going to strip down this Lord with no minions at their side, but in trade, they lose the top inhibitor turret. But look at Major Rita, a little bit overextended, is going to be taken down. The shift of focus from Barren Lands to go in for that backline marksman who was overextended behind them on this engagement.
Even though the Leslie to overextend though, they did cut some time for the minions to spawn and get out, right? Leslie did stall a little bit of their lanes, but we do see Barren's lanes just getting shoved constantly and constantly. I do see a damage Ruby, so not too much sustain coming from Moniyan, right? Usually when you build Ruby, you want to build a lot of sustain. Haas Claws and the rest defense does give us a really stable front. Ruby just having to smack some minions, smack some members of the teammates of Barren should be able to get her some sustain, but looks like she's opting for the damage. They are lacking that damage. I do see Harley locking in that Winter there for the Harley, and I do see Leslie coming online with the Windtalker and Berserkers just locked in Endless, right? So a little bit behind on gold. I mean, look at the gold gap between Leslie and the carry, right? A lot of utility wasted though when that first Lords are clashing in, but they do have everything back up again. I do see Gushin trying to do something kind of sketchy here, but looks like they're going to back off from there, but they do have to be careful. Moniyan is just trying to pressure up these lanes, but they do have clear. Cecilian is just trying to stack up on all these minions. We do know that Cecilian does need stacks to proc that magic pen and higher damage coming in from those stacks, so he should be sitting at around like 200 300 at this point in time. Cecilian could be a little bit less because Cecilian was having a little bit of trouble laning in the early phase. But speaking of early laning phase, I do see the side of Barrellands just trying to take everything. They are capitalizing all the economy and trying to get their items as fast as they can, and they are capitalizing this Lord again. Moniyan's just trying to get these buffs here to maybe try to get that Leslie online, getting a little bit of farm and a little bit of economy for the side of Moniyan. But when that Lord comes crashing in, I don't know what they're trying to do because they do have these lanes getting pushed in by Barren, right? They can't really quite overextend because Barren is already in a 10k gold gap, so not a lot of economy secure by the side of Moniyan. They can only really rely on these minions, right? I mean, items are still looking pretty good. Not too hot for the side of Moniyan. Barren has almost 4 people locking in their full item set, right? But we're gonna have to see here. All up to you, Wheezy. I mean, it's all up to you and how you decide to execute this play, but it is also the way that Moniyan is deciding to defend this, or they're probably going to try to look for a pickup. I see Jordan's kind of trying to see what they can use, trying to burn some utility here, but speaking of utility...
You do see the engagement on the way to try and close it out for the first game. Carry picking up a kill onto Potato as Lord is about to crash to the Nexus. Asian Dude finding Jordan. Coco responding back, taking out Carmilla, but look at the Nexus down to the wire, down to no HP, and Barren Lands takes game 1 for the grand finals.
Yeah, beautiful draft coming in by the side of Barren. Very good draft, honestly. Coming in from that Benedetta, that Nicolette, being able to pick off that Cecilian in the early game stages. Cecilian was not able to stack up on his items and not be able to come online with those damages, but we also know that Barren did capitalize all that economy, told them this farm is ours and this crown is ours, giving Harley and Leslie a very hard time being able to take any of this farm and being able to capitalize the economy. But looking at these stats though, right, we do see the MVP locked in by Carry, lots of turret pushing going on, a lot of damage locking in from Coco, and all the turret pushing did coming from the Leslie and the Ruby, right? They did try their best, but we do see equal turret pushing coming in almost from the marksman and the enemy marksman. A little bit higher on the side of the Leslie though, because she was the one that's doing the most damage, but we can definitely see the substats here, the 6k compared to 13k coming in from both marksmen. But congratulations, Barren, you guys did a nice job. I will see you in the next match.
Speaking of the next match, man, an insane grand finals already. Barrenlands paving the way for match 1. As both of these teams are in the grand finals, that means they're the top 2 factions in North America right now. And the question is, who will hold the title of number 1? As we are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and we are hosting the Faction Cup, an event created by the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Discord server in North America and hosted by us on the MLSA YouTube channel and the MLBB North American channel. So I appreciate you guys tuning in. Hopefully we're putting on a good show, and I appreciate these teams putting on some good matches. Now the question of the day right now is, with the side of Barrenlands having one game over, will they be able to close it out, or are we going to see the Moniyan Empire even out the scoreboard and take us to a game 3? Find out here momentarily as both of these teams embark back into the land of the Dawn.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause it's just what I made it now. You can't ever break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and I appreciate everybody tuning in as we are hosting the Faction Cup, the official tournament from the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North American Discord server, which we are live streaming on the MLSA YouTube channel and the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America channel. So I appreciate everybody across the Land of the Dawn enjoying today's matches. Speaking about today's matches, currently what we see in the semifinals. Series 1 was Moniyan Empire going up against Special Faction in a best of 3. Moniyan Empire able to pave the way and close it out with a 2-0 sweep. And then for the second part of the semifinals, we did see Barren go up against Agelta Drylands, and that was Barren able to take the victory and prevail on to the grand finals with a 2-1 finish. And now, on to the grand finals. We are currently watching the Moniyan Empire go up against Barren, and Barren taking the first game to give them a little bit of a momentum boost moving forward. And the question of the day is, with these two top factions in NA, which one will prevail to hold the title as the best faction in North America? On the desk with me, I have Coach Deku, Do You Even Breathe, to handle the play-by-play, and I will be your on-point analyst as these two teams embark in the draft. How you doing today, Deku?
I'm doing great, man. Very excited, right? We're already one match in, heading into the second match of the finals of Faction Cup. It feels like this event just blew right by us, but I guess that's what happens when you're having fun, right? Time just flies by. But speaking of things flying by, the draft is kind of going right before our eyes now. They have already finished that first half of the draft, and the bands are being finalized in the second half as we are getting prepared to start moving into some of those second phase picks, as we are going to see now it potentially be locked in. But I want to look at some of the picks that are already slotted. That is a carry that has been let through by the side of Barren and Weezy. We talked about this before. Letting that carry through is such an iffy situation. But they did lock in the Harith in response, right? And we have seen Harith perform up against the carry. It is a very nice matchup to be able to take. I don't know if that's going to go into the gold lane as it's currently in Nicolette's hand.
Yeah, you know, I'm kind of looking at this. Am I a fan of the Harith on the carry? Yeah, we've seen it in C-Bowl. We've been seeing it a lot lately with the teams opening up their draft by allowing the carry to walk. But when you allow the Eve to kind of walk too, and I'm wondering what the game plan is, that you have that Hilda, you have that Paquito to be able to rush into the back line, maybe the Harith with some mobility, some dashes. But speaking of dashes, I was just about to say, has Phovius been banned out? No, he hasn't. And definitely a good read from the side of the Moniyan Empire to kind of capitalize on the dash composition that Barren has provided today.
Definitely a good response there with the Phobius. And you know what? I find it interesting because they actually had banned out the majority of their picks from the last game. So maybe they're trying to force them on to some of these meta picks. Maybe they're not very familiar with it. But speaking of meta, Weezy, we just saw Layla get locked in, and that's definitely not on par with the meta. I don't know if this is a little bit of confidence here, or if maybe the Coco really just feels like Layla deserves to be on the Faction Cup stream here, deserves to close out potentially a match up against their opponents for a 2-0, but you're definitely slacking in that gold lane when you throw up that Layla. I'm not sure if that's really the great call there. I feel like this may be too much confidence coming from the side of Barren.
Yeah, not something you see, especially in the grand finals with all this on the line. And I do see that that skin coming out, though. Maybe a little bit of a flex of a skin showcase for the Layla right now. But that Kadita to finalize the draft from the Moniyan Empire, and that is going to solidify both teams' compositions as they are competing for the #1 title as the best faction in North America. But currently right now, something that the side of Barren has on their favor, even though they locked in the Layla, is they have one game under their belt. And if they can take this one, they will win this series and be the best faction in NA.
Definitely will be the best faction in NA. And no matter what, right? No matter who ends up winning, this was just a great, fun event for all the teams that got to participate. This is just a massive W for everyone that participated in the Faction Cup. Everyone should walk away with their head high, being able to perform for the first time for some of them in the Faction Cup series and whatnot. I know we've had a great time so far hosting the first time on our end for Faction Cup, so I'm just excited to see the conclusion of it, the wrap of it, no matter what. It's going to be a great match, and it'll be a great ending to a fun series that we were able to host for the North American Discord team.
Yeah, and speaking of fun, looking at this Nikoko over there on that Layla for the gold lane, definitely going to be keeping my eyes on the prize and seeing how well that kind of works out for us. Layla's more that glass cannon that destructive force. If you don't take her down in the mid and early phases, she will definitely come online in the late game and close it out. So definitely a ticking time bomb in the making, and we need to see the side of the Minoan Empire kind of focus and prioritize that gold lane a little early. But speaking of prioritization, Yue a little overextending his welcome. Surprised he wasn't bursted down right there. He's going to go ahead and jump in the bush, get some regen, but you are seeing some heavy pressure over to Barren Lands over there, trying to close it out. And yeah, I don't know. I got to say, some keys to victory definitely is going to be this Phoveus getting online with these dashes.
Definitely something that we're seeing over here in the bot side of First Blood, right into the hands of Phoveus. They're already coming into play for the side of Moniyan Empire there. And a little more action in the jungle. We are seeing Fredrin able to find a kill on Yue there, but look at the carry. Gonna be forced out of the flicker by Dyrov, by Demon here outside of Barren Lands. They're definitely trying to find a response, not able to pick up any kills there. Moniyan is up 2-0 early on the board for kills.
Yeah, and right now with 2 kills on the board, Minoan Empire kind of surprising us. I thought maybe Barren Lands would play a little safer, considering they do have that Layla to typically rely on. But if you allow them to get over farmed for the Minoan Empire, they're going to have an earlier game.
More action going on the top side potentially. Not going to be able to find anything. We're forcing a recall here as Eve's actually going to cancel that recall. And Coco needs to get out of there with the Layla. Kadita trying to find the connection. Not able to make it. Just coming up short. Narrowly escaping the Layla does. But there goes the Abysmal Strike for Dyrov. And now the combination with Nicolette with his Almond Force is going to take down this Eve from the side of Moniyan Empire.
And now you are starting to see some engagements working into the favor of Barren Lands right there. But you are seeing a little bit of invasion on the blue buff.
And now we are seeing, right, the rotation coming in from Phoveus is going to assist Moniyan on this blue buff secure. Jordan not going to be able to find it, but procs the Demonic Force. It looks like Phoveus is going to take this all the way with them. Might have proc that a little too early. I'm not sure if that was the right call to go ahead and use that, as now the turtle is being focused down by the side of Barren Lands, and now Demon is going to look to potentially join in on this fight. Yes, he will. He will be able to knock the Abysmal Strike onto Potato here, shredding that man down into a French fry with the die-off with that major physical penetration.
Now, speaking of ticking time bombs, right, you have this Layla, but again, you have that carry, which we were surprised seeing walking. They didn't slot the Harith on it to counter it. They just said, screw it, we'll go the Layla. But speaking of Layla, look at Yue over there trying to help in that lane, taking some damage, but still going to go back in for this fight.
And there's Hilda, right, forcing that aggression. That's exactly what you want to see if you take this pick. Yue, power of wildness, trying to find the kill. Layla trying to take him down as well, but it's actually going to be traded by the carry. Will not be able to find the mark there. Now Eve is punishing Yue. He's going to have to try to get out of there, but hang on. Darn, looking for the engage. Abysmal Strike, but no, it's going to be canceled by the knockup of Kadita. And what a life-saving moment for the side of Moniyan as Demon was closing in the gap, trying to secure that kill one more time on the Eve.
But on the bottom side, you do see Phoveus pick up a kill. Is going to shut down Jordan's Empire on that Paquito. And this is why we said picking up that Phoveus definitely comes in handy, especially against that dive composition. But we are looking in the gold lane currently. Layla already taking her first death, which kind of delay her slightly in this carry with 1 kill on the board to give her that slight advantage. Who was the one who took out the Layla?
Definitely. Now we're seeing the rough ways from Kadita, not able to find the kill, but now Barren Lands are going to show him how to get it done as they're stacking up on this Fredrin's on the force forward. Nicolette is going to find the kill. Tower dive by Demon as Phoveus is getting pinched in by the members of Barren, but it's like they're going to go ahead, let him live, as they've already found a kill. They've already found the upper hand in the trade. And if you're Barren Lands right now, this is a great spot to be in as they are leading in the gold economy.
Speaking of the gold economy, a little bit of a look at the items so far. Hilda picking up that Dominance Ice on the way, trying to negate some of these heals.
Definitely, and we're seeing a fight break out in the jungle, real world manipulation, and the almost connecting with the Appraiser's Wrath to be able to do some damage. But hang on here, still going for the fight, and UA needs to get a move on here as the members are starting to collapse. And it looks like Fredrin's going to let him go. Kadita going to miss again, not going to be able to find the mark. UA keeping up the aggression. The Rough Waves able to immune the power of wildness there, but hang on, carry with the speedy light wheels is trying to stack all the damage. It might have made a mistake diving in among the faces of 4 members. As Demon's going to go ahead and take down that carry, punishing the bad positioning from the gold laner of Moniyan Empire here now. Looks like they can go ahead and have their way with this top side, as there's no one to respond to the push from Layla.
You're starting to slowly see the map open up for the side of Barrenlands. They're playing heavily aggressive, took the tier 1 for the mid lane, also able to take the turtle to increase their economy. They're now up by 4,000 gold, tied in kills, but have a lot more items to kind of work with, as that gold difference is major right now, especially for being 5 minutes in. Already contesting the blue buff, going to take some of that farm.
They're going to take the farm, but hang on here in the mid side. Eve is going to take down Demon, going to punish the Drylands. Has been very aggressive all game. Jordan Empire going to make something happen. He does have full stacks right now. Double kill with the knockout strikes. That jungler is online right now. The XP later for the side of Barrenlands. A flame shot though from Phobius is going to punish him. You don't see that every day from the demonic force, man. Able to go ahead and trade out Barrenlands member.
And just a good read over there from Major Rita on that Phobius. A good time and precision on that flame shot to secure that kill. Still 6-6 on the board, but something we're not seeing right now from the side of Unknown Empire is translating these kills into objectives, as they have lost every neutral objective and also some turrets on the map, and they need to be able to respond back, because right now Barrenland's sitting very strong, and they do have that Layla to work in their favor toward the late game, and I'm really thinking that they may actually be able to pull it off with the tempo and the way they're rotating on the map so far. Looking at the items, Layla already building toward that Demon Hunter sword, has the Wind Talker, and speaking of fighting,
we are seeing Kadita able to find the kill on Demon there. Finally finding the mark after a couple of missed rough waves, right? But now able to find that one that pick off. That's pretty nice. That is with the turtle spawning in. They could choose to focus their attention there, but it's like they're not going to go for it right now. I don't know if that's really the call. Opens for the objectives, but it's like Moniyan is still playing passive, maybe a little scared with the deficit that they are in, not confident in securing anything on the map right now up against Barrenlands. But in the top side, Zombie Force and a flicker out from Carry, but it's not going to be able to escape as Layla and the Coco is going to go ahead and snipe him down on the disengage. And now it looks like UA might be in a little bit of trouble here with the Hilda, but with that passive, going to reach just a little bit of health. Concussive Blast going to facilitate a kill into his own hands there. The roamer from Barrenlands finding something on the Fredrin. Barrenlands is just overpowering Moniyan Empire all over the map right now.
Speaking of the map, you are seeing Major Rita take advantage of the separation, taking the tier 1 turret, now working toward the tier 2, but on the top side, Nikoko taking out the Kadita and also the tier 2 turret for the top lane to respond. And now on the bottom side,
we are seeing Phobius and this Paquito get into a match of flicker right now from the Paquito. I'm not sure exactly what that was for. I think maybe he's just trolling him right now. He's not even putting out any hands. He hasn't even unleashed, but here it goes. There goes the knockout strikes now, and he's definitely toying with his food. He's not respecting the Phobius at all, has no fear about the demonic force, and that has to be demoralizing if you're the side of Moniyan Empire right now.
Now, looking at the items so far, right? Let's pay attention to Yue on this Hilda roam. Just giving a good overall presence to distract the entire team, shift their focus on him while their team translates that distraction into objectives. And all he has right now is currently the Dreadnought armor and a halfway built Dominance Ice. And you know, the way to be able to pull this off with 1 HP escaping, running into the bush, is creating a lot of opportunity for Barrenlands right now, as they were able to take that Lord, and now possible engagement as they are going to contest the blue buff.
We are seeing that happen right now as Jordan's going to strike first and get rid of Fredrin out there. Rough Waves not going to be able to find the mark, not going to find the connect. Or roll manipulation hasn't been anything profit either, but it does drop UA a little low, but that's about all it's going to accomplish. And Barrenlands in a great position. They do have one member off the board, and with the Lord on the top side in their favor, it's definitely going to help them. And speaking of things helping them, Paquito finds a kill on the Phobies down there in the bot side, so another member down from the side of Moniyan Empire. They got to stop throwing bodies right now. The tower falling to the hands of Barrenlands in the bot side. Again, still Lord in top slow pushing. They're playing this very well with the waves. They're now going to lock in onto this tier 2. No response from Moniyan Empire. They have no answers just yet. And on the bot side, there is an Eve trying to clear, but they need to focus on their base. The inhibitor is being pushed. Zombie Force from here. It's going to proc that tower passive. Real world manipulation from Eve at the last second. Almost punishing the Coco there. Hang on, Fredrin. Gonna use that Ice Retribution. He's gonna find the kill, but at the top, Carry is finding a kill as well. Gonna trade that out. The tower taken down by Demon. And look at the Nexus. Like some members of Barren, they're trying to find their way into the base. But ooh, no. Demon gonna finally be punished here. Demonic Force and Zombie Force. Two forces at play here. Which one will win out? Both of them half HP, jumping around. Appraiser's Wrath, not finding anyone there. Looks like they're gonna be able to disengage. A little bit of stalemate in between that fight. Respectfully, gonna go ahead and back away, but they've already cracked open the majority of the base of Moniyan. 2 inhibitors down in the favor of Barren Lands.
Just overall great gameplay in terms of the map. They only lost the tier 1 turret for the bottom side and was able to turn all the turrets against Minoan Empire, leaving them only with 1 inhibitor. And speaking of that ticking time bomb, this Layla is definitely going to be coming online here shortly. 10 minutes in, only hit just the mid phase right now, not even in the late game. And they've taken most of their real estate as they are going for this tier 2. There goes the Layla, no contest, going to quickly burst it down, use the range. But Monix Force,
we are seeing the engage from Phobies here. Nakoko not doing a lot of damage, but is able to kite out, able to keep him a little away. But here comes Jordan Empires to assist as well. Another proc on Layla, very low, almost being taken out. A flicker. They're not going to be able to close the gap. Morita is going to be taken out by Jordan yet again, and we're seeing the counterplay not happen as Phobies has been having his way with the opposing XP laner. The Phobies not able to close out and make anything happen with those demonic forces.
And just overall good gameplay, right? Still able to take more turrets, just having all the answers to the test right now. And it looks like Barren Lands is trying to claim the best faction for North America with a 2-0 sweep. We are seeing Luminous Lord spawn in the next 2 seconds. Correction, actually just regular Lord spawning in here shortly. And it looks like they are going to wait for it to get enhanced. And now a clash on the bottom side.
We're seeing some punishment coming from Barren Lands. Nicholas going to be forced out with the Zombie Force. Yue, though, going to find a kill on Asian dude. Appraiser Wrath not going to find a mark. The Coco on this Layla's going to take out Kadita. That's another kill for them. Looking for 2. Doing a lot of damage. But in the top, there was a Nexus being pushed there. And Barren Lands with a sneaky back door is going to take the match from a 9 Empire.
Not the back door play. Oh, my goodness. To finalize the game and take the grand finals with a sneaky push. Impressive from the side of Barren Lands to take out the Minoan Empire, and MVP rightfully going for Yue over there on this hill. That we've seen him kind of doing it all, right? Building that Dreadnought first, getting a little bit of that dominance ice built, and just being that presence in the enemy's jungle to force the whole team to kind of focus him down. If not, he would definitely punish you with the damage. And with that awareness around the map, that was creating the opportunity for the side of Barren Lands to slowly push in these turrets and take that early victory at that 11-minute 58-second mark. Even with that Layla in play, they didn't even really need her to kind of get the job done, as Yue was kind of the spine behind the book, holding the whole team together. And looking at the team participation, 47% damage taken as well, as he was taking all that damage, running right back into the bush and healing up with that regen. Overall, good game for the side of Barren Lands to take that victory 15-10, under 12 minutes, to be the best team in North America and taking down the Minoan Empire. Definitely well done indeed, and I appreciate everybody tuning in as we are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and this concludes the Faction Cup, an event created by the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North American Discord server and partnered with the MLSA to host and live stream on the MLSA YouTube channel and the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America channel. Hopefully you guys enjoyed today's show. Lots of these teams, we see them compete time and time again, so you will be seeing upcoming Faction Cups for 2023. So definitely be taking notes on these factions, and if you guys want to sign up at any time and take place in these events, if you think you have what it takes to bring down one of the factions, one of the 8 factions that kind of hold these titles, definitely register on the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North American Discord server now and join their events. This is just one of many. So guys, we appreciate y'all tuning in. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. I am your host. My name is Steph Weezy. We were joined on the desk by the staff, Coach Deku on the play-by-play. We had Master Rim and Eunice for the analysts, and it's been our pleasure. Now, we do have a tournament coming up next weekend. It is going to be the Valentine Dash. It's going to be a $700 cash prize going to the winner with the top teams in North America. You got the Valley, you got Gosu, you got Ackerman, and you've got so much more. So make sure you guys tune into that. It will be on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel and also on the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North American channel as well. But like we said, guys, we appreciate you spending your time with us today. Hopefully you enjoyed today's show as much as we did, and good job to the teams for putting on a great series. That will conclude the finals, and it's been a pleasure. Appreciate you guys, and we'll see you on the next one. Peace!